If you think you know the basics of ancient Christianity well enough, skip ahead to the hour 16 mark.
Good morning, Christian warriors! Welcome to the Pastor Clifton Ministry. My name is Pastor Clifton, and of course my website is PastorCliftonMinistry.com. On my website there are a bunch of buttons where you could donate if you find it within your hearts to help my family and I. And there are links to the book that I wrote, A Return to Ancient Christianity, which is available through Amazon, physical copies only. Because folks, when the lights go out, you're going to want physical books to read. Also on the website, at the very bottom of the page, there are 2 ancient scrolls for your free download of the Bible in PDF format. You click on the Old Testament scroll or the New Testament scroll, and the download will begin automatically. It's a zip file, so you just got to unpack that zip file and you get all 66 books of the Bible in the original languages. That's right, Christian warriors, in the ancient Hebrew and the ancient Greek for the Old Testament and the New Testament, respectively. And those original languages that the Bible was written in is set right beside the modern translations, and that does include the King James Version. Yes, the King James Version is a modern translation. It does not matter that it's been taught for 1,600 years. There was an ancient Christianity that preceded Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, back prior to 70 AD, and all the way back as far as 800 BC. That means before Christ. Yes, Christian warriors, it is not my opinion that there was ancient Christianity. It's a literal fact. And that's what I'm bringing back today, Christian warriors. I'm bringing back the ancient teachings for all of you to hopefully accept so you can come to know God's truth and God's law so we can more effectively do His will on this beautiful planet He created. So welcome, newcomers. All you newcomers to Christianity, you're very lucky. Welcome. Welcome to the Pastor Clifton Ministry, where we teach ancient Christianity. So you guys are lucky because you don't have to beat down those walls of ego. That is the silly jabbering in people's heads going, I'm not wrong, I just need to entertain myself 100% of the time and accept fantasy and lie to myself. That's all coming from ego, and Satanists are the ones that push ego to the front. That is the core of their religion. Or all of that emotional conditioning coming to you from all of those institutions of false worldly authority. And really, when we get down to it, down to the basics, emotional conditioning is based in fear. Fear of not having approval from the people around us, fear of discomfort. All of the emotional conditioning is based in fear. You don't have to beat all those things down. So you can come to know God's truth and God's law through the tradition of ancient Christianity as a clean slate. Very lucky. Welcome. And welcome to all of the Catholics and modern Christians that may be catching these sermons. You are always welcome here at the Pastor Clifton Ministry to learn ancient Christianity, what came first. And I love all of you guys on a spirit level, just like I love all of God's children. So you are always welcome here. You see, Christian warriors, newcomers, Catholics and modern Christians, we do have to work together against Satanists on this planet, because the Satanists all know how to work together, despite all of their various denominations in their religion. They all know how to work together and have been doing so for millennia, and all enacting their dark will through their families, generation after generation. While they're doing that and seeing all of their dark will come to fruition, all of the 400 plus denominations of Christianity out there are squabbling amongst each other and pointing the finger at everybody and saying, oh, you're not holy, you are holy. All of that infighting, Christian warriors, newcomers, and Catholics and modern Christians, is what makes that hell world out there, because no one has stood up to these Satanists on this planet yet. It is our responsibility to do so. So, Catholics and modern Christians, if this sounds different to you, what I'm teaching, that's because it is. It is almost unrecognizable ancient Christianity when compared to what has happened to Christianity over the centuries. Yes, the Bible is a state-approved document that does not threaten the parasite class's control. Not my opinion. Our Bible was censored and edited in 325 AD, 381 AD, and 1611 AD. All three of those times they were continuing to censor and edit the Bible to make sure that it was a state-approved document safe for the parasite class to continue treating us like slaves. Not my opinion. This is not a matter of belief. This is a matter of accepting God's truth. And you know, it makes me angry that the parasite class and Satanists have done this to my religion, which is Christianity, ancient Christianity. Yeah, it makes me angry. I can't believe that they dared to mess with our scriptures like that. And most of what we do at the Pastor Clifton Ministry is unwind all of this censoring and editing so we can get down to the bottom of what the Bible actually says, using the original languages, of course. And along the way, I will be teaching you what the ancient Christians taught newcomers. If you just can't stamp out your ego and your emotional conditioning and your fear, then what can I say, Christian warriors? These sermons are the meat for warriors, not the milk for babes, as the ancients used to say. So if you want the milk for babes and you want people talking to you softly and saying exactly what you want to hear and propagating the message that has not changed that hell world out there in over 2,000 years, then there are millions of other pastors and priests that you could listen to out of the 400 plus denominations of Christianity that all sprouted from the Roman Catholic Church and the Church of England. So be my guest, go listen to what you want to hear and have someone talk to you all softly. But Christian warriors, my background does not allow me to talk to you guys like babies. I'm talking to you like warriors because that's what you are. God didn't make slaves or babies. He created warriors. You got to really appreciate our time, our minutes with all of our loved ones, our friends and family, maybe the pets that we're in stewardship of. Don't waste these minutes fighting with them and arguing with them and stuff like that. They're either ready to accept God's truth or not. If you don't back down through a force of agape love, you keep bringing the truth to them. One of the most misconstrued teachings that our honored teacher Jesus Christ brought to us is the turn the other cheek parable that he gives us. People think that has to do with being a doormat for Satanists, to just walk all over them and just violate their God-given rights without any bit of self-defensive force. No. Turn the other cheek, the parable that Jesus Christ gives us, has to do with teaching our loved ones, our family, our friends, anyone we can reach, teaching them God's truth and God's law and what his will is to do here. And if they slap that key of understanding out of your hand, or they slap you in the face, figuratively, not actual physically, and tell you to get away from him, bringing God's truth, how dare you bring God's truth to me? If they do that, then you turn the other cheek, pick up that key off the ground they slapped out of your hand, and bring God's truth and law to them again, over and over again. Don't give up on your friends, your loved ones, anyone that you can reach that you think that they can actually get this stuff. Ancient Christian teachings. You turn the other cheek, that means to keep bringing the key of knowledge to people, whether they slap your hand or slap your face about it, figuratively, not physically, of course. Just remember, Christian warriors, that accepting Christ has nothing to do with belief, it has nothing to do with taking allegory literally, has nothing to do with taking the silly myth of Sol Invictus that was slapped over our honored teacher Jesus Christ's life, very literally. You don't have to do any of that to accept Christ. All you have to do is behave with care, with nonviolence, behave with self-defense force. That's it. These sermons are for spiritual seekers who are ready for Christianity to make sense again. That's right, Christian warriors. We are not going to just believe in allegory, take allegory literally, and act like exoteric believers of Christianity. We are going to be the esoteric spiritual seekers, knowing the inner truth. Mostly because the way that exoteric modern Christianity and Catholicism are taught to people, it's driving people away from Christianity. It's not making sense to people who can think rationally and think critically and who do not want to take allegory literally And people who do not just want to believe, they actually want to know things. And that was a big cornerstone of ancient Christianity, is knowing things, not believing things. You know it or you don't know it. So Christian warriors, it is time for Christianity to make sense again. That's why I'm bringing the ancient teachings back. And please share with anyone with the ears to hear, as the ancients used to say. People who are about to leave Christianity because it doesn't make sense to them and they don't want to take allegory literally and meet all of these demands by false institutions of authority, including those in religious circles. Those people who might go the wrong way just by abandoning spirituality altogether just because of the way modern Christianity and Catholicism are taught, share this with them so that you can bring them back into our fold of Christian warriors. You see, Christian warriors, there is a big difference between exoteric belief and esoteric knowledge. Ancient Christianity hinged on esoteric knowledge, not belief, knowledge. A lot of the esoteric teachings of ancient Christianity come through our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, in his words and deeds in the New Testament of our Bible. Yes, of course, there's censorship and editing in there, but they didn't catch everything, Christian warriors. And thank God for those people that kept a lot of the old esoteric knowledge of ancient Christianity in our Bibles. So there is a big difference between exoteric and esoteric. That is EXO versus ESO. Exoteric is outer teachings, taking allegory literally, believing the Sol Invictus myth slapped over the life of our honored teacher Jesus Christ, and all of the silly trappings that don't really make sense to people who think rationally and critically about what they're being told. That is exoteric belief. Now, esoteric knowledge are the inner teachings, and our honored teacher Jesus Christ confirms that he is teaching ancient Christianity in parables. Where does he say this? Well, it's Mark 4:11. And we'll read Mark 4:11. And he said unto them, this is Jesus talking, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God. And the kingdom of God is not heaven in this verse. The kingdom of God means God's truth and God's law, knowing those two things. So Jesus says, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God. But unto them that are without, that means people outside of esoteric inner teachings, the exoteric believers, but unto them that are without, all these things are done in parables. And what does that mean, Christian warriors? I know you know, but all of the newcomers and Catholics and modern Christians that may not know what that means, it means that Jesus is confirming that he is weaving esoteric knowledge of ancient Christianity into his words and his deeds. He is encoding them for us to learn. Mark 4:11. And for any of those people who are hard-headed, got their egos in the way, emotional conditioning and fear running their thoughts, their lives, everything, their emotions especially, a friendly challenge to all those people who practice the idolatry of viewing the Bible or crosses as magical items in and of themselves, like out of some fantasy movie. For people who still practice that idolatry, on your screen right now are around a dozen verses out of the Old Testament and the New Testament that are all pro-slavery, pro-racism, and pro-false authority. All of those verses are in our Bibles. When I brought this to a modern Christian that I know personally in my family, she didn't even know that they were in there, which just goes to show you, Christian warriors, that most Christians out there and Catholics have never read their Bible cover to cover, so they don't know what's in there. So take those verses that I showed you earlier and bring them down to the pastors and the priests that are telling you differently, and have them try and reconcile why God seems to be condoning slavery, racism, and the absurd notion that false institutions of authority on our physical planet have anything to do with his law. Have them reconcile those verses that I showed you with their famous statement that they always give the exoteric believers in modern Christianity and Catholicism of the Bible is the immaculately inspired Word of God. Now, if it were inspired, and if it were immaculate, that means divinely clean, then there would be no such verses that are pro-slavery in our Bible. God does not condone slavery. God has given us all equal, God-given rights. We are born with them. Your body's your property. There's proof right there, physical proof, that you have physical, God-given rights, property rights, that you are born with. And we all have the same God-given rights as any other being in God's beautiful reality. We all have the same God-given rights. No one has more, no one has less, and you can't vote your way into giving people more or less. And what that means, Christian warriors, is that government does not decide who gets more God-given rights and less God-given rights. So God obviously does not condone slavery, racism, or the authoritarian parasite class ruling over us like kings and we're all slaves or something. God does not condone any of that behavior. Of course not, Christian warriors. All right, Christian warriors, it's going to be a great sermon, and it's going to be a great Sunday. It's always a great Sunday. Why do we even do it? Why do we come together like this on Sunday with our family and our friends? It's to praise God, not for His benefit. You're not going to get anywhere trying to flatter God. God the Father, the Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, isn't like us Adam human beings. So if you're trying to flatter God with praise, you're getting nowhere fast, folks. God is not some narcissistic authoritarian stroking his non-existent ego over people praising Him all day. No, Christian warriors, we do not come to God praising Him for His benefit. We do so for our benefit. We show gratitude to God when we praise Him, God the Father. And why do we do that, Christian warriors, every Sunday, getting together with our family and our friends and maybe the animals that we're the stewards of? We do so because gratitude takes the place of complaint. Our prayers should not read like a giant Christmas list. And of course, Christian warriors, we do not come to God the Father like a begging, groveling slave. God created warriors, not slaves. Now, in the ancient times, prior to 70 AD and as far back as 800 BC, when a newcomer would come to an ancient Christian and say, I want to be a Christian, what that teacher would tell that newcomer is, first, you must stop accepting fantasy and stop lying to yourself. Those were the first two steps that a newcomer would have to tackle and defeat inside his own psychology before he was even taught anything in esoteric ancient Christianity. Now, what is accepting fantasy and who is providing the fantasy? Well, of course, Christian warriors, we see from that hell world out there on God's beautiful planet, twisting it into this hell world where we're all running around worshiping money as God, and even worse nonsense than that in the last decade. But if you look closely at that hell world out there, it is because people have accepted fantasy. And who sells fantasy all the time? It's Satanists, Christian warriors. Satanists and all their little cabal minions. They've been selling fantasy nonstop, and they do not run out of buyers, Christian warriors, and that's too bad. So the first thing that the teacher of ancient Christianity would get the newcomer to tackle and defeat within himself, within his own psychology, is to stop accepting fantasy. And instead of accepting fantasy, you start coming to know God's truth. Not believe it, know it. You come to know God's truth and God's law, understand how they operate, and then start doing God's will on this planet, in the physical. The work is to be done here, Christian warriors, not somewhere else. And no, God isn't going to come down and fix everything. There is no savior but moral behavior. And that is the very crux of ancient Christianity. So if you think that the world out there is some other way than it actually is, that's you accepting fantasy. Now, the second thing that a newcomer would have to tackle and defeat within his own mind and his emotions and his actions would be to stop lying to his or herself. And that means that when you look into a mirror and you are telling yourself that you are some other way than you actually are, that's you lying to yourself. And you have to stop doing that, because those two things must be tackled before you even understand. You can't come to know God's truth and God's law through a lens of fantasy and lying to yourself. You can't do it. And that's what the ancient Christian teachers knew. And that's why they required it of their newcomers to tackle those two things first. Stop accepting fantasy. Stop lying to yourself. Yes, it's uncomfortable, because lies sound nice and pretty and they make people feel good, but truth is the sword. Just like Jesus Christ says in Matthew 10:34 through 38, the sword is what cuts through lies. That's why it feels uncomfortable. You know what, Christian warriors? God's truth doesn't feel uncomfortable to those who do not accept fantasy and do not lie to themselves. God's truth is a relief to those people. If you feel uncomfortable when confronted with God's actual truth, then there's a huge problem there, wouldn't you say? But, you know, Christian warriors, I'm not as stingy with these ancient Christian teachings because they must be propagated widely. The reason why we got the hell world out there is because these teachings were just completely stifled by the early Roman Catholics and the Church of England, and they haven't been taught for centuries, and that's really too bad, which is why I'm bringing it back, Christian warriors. And I do not do so for money, obviously. My family and I are poor, come from poor families, and no one's helping me do this work at all. So I'm clearly not doing it for money. I'm bringing you these ancient Christian teachings because it must be understood out there. We're looking down the barrel, Christian warriors, of complete and total slavery of us by the parasite class, which are mostly Satanists, cult-affiliated ones if they're not just cabal minions like orcs. We are looking down that barrel. It is down to the wire. These teachings must be brought forth again. So I'm not going to demand that everyone stop accepting fantasy and stop lying to themselves, because I'm going to teach this stuff anyway. And no, I'm not doing it for money. I don't have a mansion and I don't want one. I think it's disgusting that pastors and priests out there would live such lavish lifestyles when they could use those resources to help others instead of increasing their comfort level past 100%. And I am also not bringing you these teachings because of popularity, because guess what? I get attacked more from Catholics and modern Christians in emails, comments, and what have you. I get attacked by those people more than I do from Satanists. Satanists are actually laughing at me that I'm actually trying to bring these teachings of God's truth and God's law to people who are so firmly set in their system of emotional conditioning, so firmly set in their egos, that they cannot even hear it. So I'm not going to wait for you guys to stop accepting fantasy and stop lying to yourself. I'm going to go ahead and teach you this stuff anyway. So let's go through the basics of ancient Christianity, just to reiterate, so all of you Christian warriors can get nuance to your understanding of God's truth and God's law and what His will is to do. And most importantly, for all those newcomers who don't understand what I'm talking about. God set all reality into motion, and His will has already been done in the form of His immutable law, which is what governs everybody's actions, everyone's behavior. It even governs inanimate stuff, like fire being hot would be part of God's law. This is all observable, testable. You can come to know it. It does not have to do with belief, God's truth, and God's law. And that was a big cornerstone of ancient Christian teachings. You come to know this stuff. You don't believe it. You know it. So when God created all of His beautiful reality, He split Himself up into trillions of guardian angels, His Holy Spirit. And all of those guardian angels are our internal connection to God, the Father. We all have God's Holy Spirit inside of us. Nobody can be separate from God. Even the most vile Satanists can't be disconnected from God, and they hate it. I kind of find that funny, but even the most vile Satanists can't be disconnected from God. There is nothing that you can do in this reality without having your connection to God. We can't sever the connection to God. It cannot be stolen, sold. I know what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. Guardian angel, the Holy Spirit, God's Holy Spirit, the soul. Sloppy terminology. I never say soul, but even that can't be severed. Your connection to God can't be cut. You can stop listening to your guardian angel and God by extension, but you can't get rid of the connection. It cannot be cut, cannot be stolen, cannot be sold. I know what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. All that stuff is just silly fan fiction nonsense. God's Holy Spirit is inside of you. The guardian angel, the real us. This is to express and experience inside His reality. God created all of His beautiful reality so He could express Himself through us and experience through us His creation. That's the whole point. It's typical in movies where people will go to the wise man on top of the mountain and they'll ask, what is the point of life? And very simply, the point of life, as far as God's original plan, which is not predeterminism, the plan is to see if all of the guardian angels out there will, in their respective experiences that they're going through this physical and non-physical existence, as creatures with amnesia, all God's children, the whole point is for us to come to know His truth, His law, so we can do His will, to act morally. That's the point of life. I know we got a whole bunch of challenges and problems coming at us from Hellworld out there. But if we're being honest with ourselves, which we should be, how many of those problems are due to our own careless or immoral behavior? Yes, there's a lot of problems coming at us from Hellworld and struggles. Seriously, guys, I'm so dirt poor that I got nothing but Hellworld problems. However, I've cleaned up my act enough to at least weed out the stuff that I used to be causing myself, all the problems I used to be causing myself. Christian Warriors, you got to do this too. So there's a lot of problems coming at us from Hellworld. Some of them we have to find out if we are doing it ourselves, to ourselves, and stop doing it. Ancient Christians would teach the newcomer the truth, God's truth, that there are 3 ways to express ourselves in God's beautiful reality, and that is through thoughts, emotions, and actions. There are no other ways to express yourself in God's beautiful reality. It all comes down to thoughts, emotions, and actions. Now, all 3 of those things can be good or evil, yes. But when we're talking about morality, only action can be moral or immoral. These are ancient Christian teachings. So all 3 can be good or evil. Yes, good or bad, right? But only one of those 3 expressions, thoughts, emotions, actions, only one can be considered moral or immoral, and that is action. It's an objective thing, morality. Morality is action. That's how we can tell that people don't get to decide what moral and immoral are. They are not figments of someone's perspective. They are action. And we all know objectively when a physical wrongdoing has taken place. That's because morality is action. That's how we know that it's not in the minds of everybody's sloppy perspective. It is action. It's objective. Now, there are 2 dynamics that our thoughts, emotions, and actions work through. This is ancient Christian teachings coming down to you, Christian Warrior, and I'm going to keep reiterating it every week because I don't think people really firmly grasp these concepts. And it takes repetition, I know. So there are thoughts, emotions, and actions. Those are our expressions in God's beautiful reality. There are 2 dynamics that those 3 expressions work through. And those dynamics are love and fear. The opposite to love is not hate. That's Satanist misdirection, Satanist conditioning. Yeah, I've heard it repeated too. I know exactly what all of you have been taught. Leave your programming at the door. The opposite to love is fear. God is the creator that set all things into motion. God the Father is the eternal force of love. And what ancient Christians would teach the newcomer is that love would come in 3 categories. Those 3 types of love are, from least important to most important, eros, which is sexual, philos, which is love of friends and family, and agape, the most important one, which is love of God's truth, knowledge of God's truth and His law, and doing His will, no matter how uncomfortable it is, and no matter if you get approval from people around you or not. Agape love is knowing God's truth, knowing God's law, and doing His will, no matter how comfortable you are, and no matter if you're getting approval from others. That's what agape love is, the most important one. Self-defensive force is an act of agape love. It is not an action based in fear. It is respecting that you have God-given rights. You're born into your body, you have property rights. And if someone tries to cause violence, violate your God-given rights by causing harm on you, if you are the innocent party, then you do have a God-given right to defend yourself. And that right, that expression of action, self-defense, is an action based in agape love. Now here's a gotcha question that materialists and atheists think they got a gotcha question. When they pose this question to modern Christians and Catholics, they say, well, why did God create Satan? To torture himself? Is that one thing that's out of God's control? And this is what an ancient Christian would tell that person. There is no gotcha in that question. God created Satan because Satan is the adversary. That's what Satan means in Hebrew. Adversary. The adversarial force. The adversary is fear, decay, and destruction. All 3 of those things. That's what Satan is. It is not a silly character with goat legs, horns, and a pitchfork, twirling his mustache trying to ruin all of God's plans. That is not Satan. Satan is not one entity. Satan is the force of fear, decay, destruction. And there are tons of entities, physical and non-physical, that are ruled by Satan. And they try and propagate Satanism. They propagate fear, using control. So yes, there are non-physical entities out there that are Satanists, and some of them may even look like that silly character. But Satan is way worse than just one silly anthropomorphized character. Satan is way worse than that. Satan is a force of fear, decay, destruction. And the reason why God created Satan is so that we could have free will in His reality. There is no predeterminism in His reality. All of the conditions out there in the physical and the non-physical, all of those conditions are created by us, or they are created by inanimate objects smashing into each other through God's law. And all of that action, if it's not coming from a conscious being, all of that action is being governed by God's law as well. So it comes down to our care to be careful about what types of inanimate object action is going on out there. It comes down to our care. Conscious beings need to care. Be careful. So all of those conditions out there, Christian warriors and newcomers, are all created by us. That is the whole point of God's reality, is that we are setting the conditions by understanding His truth and understanding His law and doing His will. It is in our firm control. So Satan is fear, and that is the mechanic that gives us consequences for immoral behavior or just careless behavior, stupid behavior. So if you're careless or you're being immoral, you're going to get consequences from that force, Satan. That's why it was created. Free will. There is no predeterminism in God's beautiful reality. There isn't. I know what you guys have been taught. Leave your programming at the door. There is no predetermined course. There is no fate. Nothing in our reality is meant to be. everything is made to be. These are ancient Christian teachings, because they understood God's truth and God's law. Does not matter what's been taught for the last 1,600 years. That's modern teaching. So if we behave, that is using our three expressions, thoughts, emotions, and actions, actions most important because that's what set the conditions out there in physical and even non-physical reality. Action is what sets the conditions, the events. If we behave through love, then we get a condition of order and freedom. If we behave through love, agape love, that includes self-defensive force. That is why there's a hell world out there, Christian warriors, because people have been taught to just pray in a corner and escape into heaven, and that's not how God's system of spiritual progression works. We have to do His will here. That's why it says, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." That means it is our responsibility to do God's will, to know His truth, know His law, do His will. No Savior is coming to fix things for you. We have to come to an understanding of His truth and His law to actually change things out there in that world. If we behave through love, then we get order and we get freedom. Now, if we behave through fear, acting through fear, your thoughts, emotions, and actions all based in fear, then what Satan does is give negative consequences for fear-based, immoral, or stupid, careless behavior. And when we behave in fear out there in God's beautiful reality, we get a condition of chaos and slavery, because there are all sorts of Satanists out there who are ready to steer around dumb animals. And that's what they've been doing for a long time. They do so through false institutions of authority, like government, like religion, like publishing houses, licensing boards. All of those can be weaponized, and I think we've all seen that pretty clearly in the last 3 years during this attempted fake pandemic. You saw that fear was used as a leverage and control was always the answer. You saw this. These are Satanists operating as usual, creating that hell world out there, perpetuating it. And if we do not act in self-defensive force, not pray in a corner and hope a Savior comes by, then the hell world out there continues. Yes, prayer is powerful, Christian warriors, don't get me wrong. I know it's powerful. However, to make conditions manifest themselves out in physical reality, we're going to have to take physical action coupled with those prayers. Because Christian warriors, what they've done in hell world is create false institutions of authority. Like I said, they are religious, quote, authorities, government, quote, authorities, licensing board, quote, authorities, publishing house, quote, authorities. All of those institutions are false authority. There's only one authority in God's beautiful reality, and that is His immutable law. And guess what, Christian warriors and newcomers? The reason why we have a hell world out there is because of the command positions in all of those institutions of false authority. These sloppy, bioengineered human bodies, we have psychopathy cropping up in our human genome at around 3% at any given time out of 7 billion on the planet. Psychopaths. Basically insect people. They have the minds of insects. No feeling, no remorse, no nothing. The only thing they care about is not getting caught and not dying. They're just insects. They're less than human beings, really. And what do Satanists and psychopaths sprint for? All the jobs that they want are those command positions of institutional authority. Those are all the jobs that they want. So you are guaranteed, for any 3% psychopathic, born psychopath, who's smart enough to chase what he wants and knows exactly in his or her insect mind how to get things done and how to make his will manifest, he or she is going to use those command positions of institutional authority. They sprint to those positions. Satanists, psychopaths, cabal minions, all of them sprint to those positions. And that's why we got the hell world out there. And for a couple millennia, no one has said anything against it. No one's done anything against it. No one's fought back. Nobody has used their God-given right of self-defensive force, even in a country Our United States of America, no, it is not the government. Our country is our countrymen and our countrywomen beside us. That's our country. Even in this country, we have codified in our own documents that we have a right to self-defensive force, and no one uses it. So, Christian warriors, we are in firm control of the conditions, the events out there in God's reality. His physical reality is being built by our actions or our inactions, whether they're moral or immoral, whether they're based in fear or based in love. All of those conditions are being set out there. It is our responsibility. We are in firm control of what happens. There is no predeterminism. There is no fate. So what is God's truth? God's truth, very simply, as was taught by ancient Christians to newcomers, God's truth is what has happened and what is happening now. There is nothing mystical about it. I know there's a bunch of New Age religions just feeding people a bunch of nonsense lately, saying that the truth can't be known and the truth is just tied to perspective. No, there is such a thing as objective truth. It is what has happened and what is happening now. Yes, the truth can be known. God's truth can be known. Even our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, knows this to be true and teaches. Ancient Christianity teaches the newcomers. It was missed when they were censoring and editing the Bible. Either that or the parasite class thought people were too dumb to get esoteric, inner Christian teachings. They may have thought that we were too dumb to even grasp it. But remember, in Mark 4:11, where our honored teacher Jesus Christ says that he is wrapping esoteric teachings in parables. People who are Christians after the ancient teachings, people who know the esoteric inner teachings, they understand the parables. Those who are without, those who believe exoteric, silly stuff like taking allegory literally, or worshiping the Sol Invictus myth that was slapped over our honored teacher Jesus Christ's life, all of that is exoteric belief. None of it is ancient, esoteric Christian knowledge. So we know that Jesus is talking to us in parables. And with that knowledge, when we read John 14:6, Jesus says, Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. And a lot of people think, oh, this means that we have to praise Jesus as like a sort of answering machine and he'll get our message to God. No. You pray to God the Father. Your relationship is with God the Father. No intermediaries, no teachers, no saints, no moms. This should have been a red flag for any sane Christian, that they were being diverted into worshiping someone but God the Father. And I have people complaining at me to this very day. They're getting mad that I'm saying pray to God the Father only. How could you get mad at that? So Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Now we know that Jesus is speaking in parables. When he says, I am the truth, he says that his name is synonymous with God's truth. That is the key to the parables that Jesus gives us. When he says, I am, it means the truth. When the apostles say Jesus, they mean God's truth. Unless there was a bunch of censoring and editing as far as the apostles go. But we have, straight from our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, that he is saying, my name is synonymous with God's truth. Now here is the key to that parable in practice when we go to Matthew 10:34 through 38. And a lot of modern Christians and Catholics, they trip over themselves trying to describe what Jesus is saying here because they don't understand what the parable is, the key to the parable. Jesus Christ's name is synonymous with God's truth. That is the key to the parable. So when an exoteric believer reads Matthew 10:34 through 38, they don't get it. And I've seen ridiculous mental gymnastics from supposed scholars of Christianity trying to make heads or tails of this. And because they're exoteric believers, they don't even hit the mark. So let's read Matthew 10:34 through 38. It says, Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. Jesus is saying this, right? Think not that I have come to send peace on earth. I come not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's foes shall be they of his own household. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. See, this confuses people because they think that Jesus is being a warmonger here. No, that is not even close to hitting the mark. I know what all of you have been taught. Leave your programming at the door. We know the parable key. The key to all of Jesus' parables is Jesus is synonymous with God's truth. That's the interchangeable word. So let's read Matthew 10:34 through 38 with God's truth in its place. And you can start seeing the ancient Christian teachings here. Think not that God's truth comes to send peace on earth. God's truth does not send peace, but a sword. Now in the ancient day, the sword is knowledge, is intellect, is truth. The sword is uncomfortable. It cuts through lies. It cuts through fantasy. That's why Jesus is saying this. For God's truth is come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. All of that is saying that God's truth isn't dependent on approval from others around you. That's not what it's dependent on. God's truth just is. It's what has happened and what is happening now. A man's foes shall be they of his own household, meaning that when God's truth is followed, agape love, then it will inevitably set you against members of your own family, because there's a bunch of people out there who are acting like dumb animals, and they are accepting fantasy, and they are lying to themselves. Those are the people, when you come to know God's truth and live it, no matter how comfortable it is, no matter how much approval you get, you will be set at variance with members of your own household when you do so. And it says, he that loveth father or mother more than the truth, God's truth, is not worthy of God's truth. And he that loveth son or daughter more than God's truth is not worthy of God's truth. Get it? Now it's starting to make sense, isn't it? Once we have the key to the parables. And he that taketh not his stauros is actually what it says here, not cross. The stauros in Greek is shaped like a capital T. So for all those people who think that Jesus Christ was dragging a huge cross on his shoulder through the streets, no, that's not how it worked. They would put the horizontal bar up against the back of their neck and strap their arms to it, and they'd be run through the streets just with that piece of wood, that bar, while people spit at them and throw stuff at them, all the way up to the crucifixion site, where they would lift that bar onto the vertical bar, wood, that was already driven into the ground. They lifted up to the top of that, forming a capital T. That's a stauros, and that's what Matthew 10:38 actually says. It does not say cross, it says stauros. But all of that is just extra information for you Christian warriors that moonlight as Christian scholars. I know you'd probably appreciate that. But it says that he that taketh not his stauros and followeth after God's truth is not worthy of God's truth. And that means that no matter what kind of shackles and problems you get, disapproval from institutions of false authority, even punishment from institutions of false authority, no matter what, you keep following God's truth, not speaking his truth or all this other stuff, just following it, doing moral action, careful action. All of that stuff is knowing God's truth, knowing his law, and doing his will, no matter what. So that is what Matthew 10:34 through 38 actually means. Using the key that Jesus gave us in John 14:6. Going by our honored teacher's own words, saying that he is speaking to us in parables. Now we know what God's truth is, and it has nothing to do with belief or perception or any silly nonsense. It's objective. We can all agree on it. Yes, sometimes personal things happen in your life that you're not going to be able to prove to others, but that can still be God's truth. You just got to keep it to yourself. For instance, I can tell people all day and all night that I have been out of body. God's Holy Spirit, guardian angel, separate from this physical body. I can tell people this, but I cannot prove it to them. There's no way to measure it scientifically. So I just got to keep it to myself, and it could go into people's consideration files in their head. So we know what God's truth is. Now God's law is what governs all the things that happen in God's beautiful reality. That's God's law governing the consequences for what happens. It's basically cause and effect. None of this has to do with people deciding what his law is or what moral or immoral behavior is. No, it's objective. We can all agree on it. It does not have to do with perspective. Perception is not truth. So God's law is what gives us the consequences for our behavior. And for a detailed description of what God's laws actually are, you could always buy my book if you want to help my family, or I read you my book for free. Go to the chapter that is God's Law and the Old Covenant, and I explain all of his laws in high detail. But I can't really get into that here because we'd be spending a lot of time every week doing this. We already do spend a bunch of time going over stuff that some people might get, but it's entirely necessary, Christian warrior, and that's what these sermons are all about, is learning God's truth and God's law, coming to know it, feeling good about yourself for knowing it, being confident in your actions, knowing that they are moral, not guessing, not going after what's been codified in this book or that. No, just knowing it. So God's law, God's will, has been done already in this universe. God's law is God's will, and it's already been done. It's mechanical. It gives consequences to our actions. Yes, God's law is mechanical, but God's care for us and love for us, God the Father, he has a vested interest in us. That is not mechanical. He really cares for you. He loves you. He wants you to understand his truth and his law, and he wants you to behave morally so you can stop getting negative consequences. If you got your hand in a fire and it's just burning your fleshy fingers off, you're just sitting there screaming and praying to God, God, please stop the burning. God is just looking at you going, when are you going to behave morally and start recognizing my law? In this case, my law is the fire. It's hot and it's burning you. There may be some creative consequences that can be bent in our favor, but no amount of praying is going to get you out of consequences that you're going to get from your careless, stupid, or immoral behavior. You're going to get those consequences. No praying about it. And no one else is going to take the rap for your consequences. There is no one 2,000 years ago who is going to die for your sins so you could just get away scot-free. No, you are going to face the consequences for your careless behavior and your immoral behavior. No one else takes the rap for that. I know what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. Really, there's only one of these statements that makes sense. That God's law is a mechanical force that gives consequences to our careless or immoral behavior, and even moral behavior gives positive consequences for that. That makes sense. The other magical mechanic of someone dying for your sins, all of that comes from a Sol Invictus myth taken literally, allegory taken literally. Not my opinion. That is not part of ancient Christianity. Those are not inner teachings that people are just blindly, emotionally trapped, conditioned, fearfully believing. Christianity existed at least as far back as 800 BC. We know it for a fact. BC means before Christ. That means Christianity existed before our honored teacher was even said to have lived. Before there was even a Bible written in 325 AD and packaged for us to consume that was safe, state approved, so the parasite class wouldn't get any grief from us. There were even Christians before the Pentateuch, the 5 books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Before even those were written down, there were Christians. By the way, those were finally written down around 500 BC. And that's when the Pentateuch, the Old Testament, the Torah, was actually finally written down. So God's law is static, mechanical, can't wiggle your way out of it. You can insulate yourself from it. You can try to. That's what Satanists do. They try and insulate themselves from the consequences of God's law. Mostly they do this by putting out influence. Satanists will put out influence and get other people who are dumb to follow their orders and take on the moral consequence themselves. That's how Satanists try to insulate themselves from God's law. But there's no way to fully insulate yourself from God's law. And all of them know this. Even the cult-affiliated Satanists who have this knowledge, they know it too. Also, God's truth is an unstoppable force. They can try and hide the truth for as long as they can, but God's truth is like a tidal wave. It's going to crash through every dam you put in front of it. It just takes time, unfortunately. But, God's got plenty of time, got plenty of patience. We either start coming to know His truth and His law and acting morally, or we keep getting negative consequences forever and ever. So, fire is hot. It's part of God's law. It's mechanical. God isn't mad at you. You don't beg forgiveness from God the Father. God isn't mad at you. His law is just giving out consequences. If you stick your fleshy fingers in a fire, you're going to get burned. No praying about it. And God isn't mad at you for fire being hot. It's ridiculous what's been taught. God's truth and God's law are so much simpler, and they make a lot more sense. And all of these come from ancient Christianity. God is waiting for us to understand. He is waiting for us to behave morally. Right now, the only moral action that could get us out of this problem, this hell world, is self-defensive force, Christian warriors. I don't know how many times I gotta say it. So what is morality? Morality is action. That's how we know it's not just a figment in someone's mind. No one decides right from wrong. There is a static right from wrong. Moral action is care. It's behaving with care, behaving with nonviolence, and behaving in self-defensive force, should we need to. And of course, Christian warriors, in this moment, in our unfortunate hell world existence, in the physical reality on this beautiful planet that God created, we have Satanists just running the house, and the moral action that has to be taken is self-defensive force. That's what has to happen. No one's going to pull your butt out of the fire. We have to do it. That's our responsibility. Morality is care. Behave with nonviolence, behave with self-defense. That's moral action. Action. Care is not something that happens in thought or emotion. Those two expressions lead up to action. Then it becomes moral or immoral once you take action. We have to care. We have to behave nonviolently, and we have to behave in self-defensive force. All immoral action is violating God-given rights. That's immoral action. We are born with God-given rights, property rights. We were born in these bodies. It's ours. We own it. It's very simple. This is not up to people deciding what right and wrong are. We are born inside these bodies. We own them. No one else does. You do. That's it. No government owns it. No religion owns it. You own it. Those are your God-given rights, property rights. So when we care, we stop Satan, the force, the adversarial force, in its aspects of decay and destruction, because we are careful. We take care of our physical stuff, like our bodies, the stuff that we morally own, the enterprise that we morally conduct. We care to beat back Satan in its aspects of decay and destruction. That's what care does, moral action. Not selfish care like you've heard being taught, Satanist conditioning out there in hell world saying, oh, only care for yourself and your immediate family and friends, caring for me and my own. No, that's selfish care. That's Satanism, actually. That's part of their religion. Don't be like that. They are influencing everybody to take up aspects of their religion. Selfish care is one of them. Not caring about the condition out there. Oh, I only care about myself and my family and that's it. That's selfish. That ain't care. That's limited hangout care. That's not what I'm talking about when I say behave with care. Behaving with care means to behave with agape love. Care about the condition out there. Care about everybody. If anyone is in slavery, that's one person too many. And folks, if we are all under the yoke of this fractional reserve system, then we are all being enslaved. So care about it. Care also is what stops Satanists from taking over the world. Recently, it's been popularized, the ritual at Bohemian Grove, that all the Satanists and their dumb little minions go and they do this ritual every year. That ritual is called the cremation of care, that is burning away care. And the ritual isn't magical or anything like that. Ritual is just for beginners to solidify their will so they can all get on the same page and bring their will into reality through action. That's what ritual is all for. It's just for beginners to focus their will. That is what the cremation of care ritual at Bohemian Grove is for. All the Satanists get together and they are burning away care. Even the effigy that they burn, which is like this human-looking thing, before their satanic ancient god Molech, which could be an owl or a bull, at the Bohemian Grove site, it's actually a big rock that looks like a horned owl. But they are burning this effigy of a man, which they call dull care. They think, in their silly notions, because a lot of these people are exoteric believers as well, they think that through this ritual they can get people to not care about what they're doing and not care that they're taking over the planet. The ritual itself is not working, it's just that their influence on top of the fact, that turns people's brains all around to where they don't even know up from down anymore. That's all influence-based. The ritual had no magical effect, it just focuses all of those Satanists' will to keep doing what they're doing, putting out their influence, making sure to twist and invert all of God's creation. So of course, they're burning care. Cremation of care is the ritual at Bohemian Grove. They are trying to destroy care. No, it's not a magical thing. All it is focusing all those Satanists' will to carry on with their plan, their influence, heading for those command positions of institutional false authority. They'll just carry on and focus their will, stay on the same page through centuries, generational, and enslave everybody else who is not a Satanist. They're even enslaved by themselves in little hierarchies all the way up the chain. Even weird non-physical entities. But you know who's at the top of the pyramid, Christian warriors? Satan, the adversarial force. Fear controls them all. Fear, decay, destruction. So that is why they do that Bohemian Grove ritual. The cremation of care. They are burning care. They're trying to make sure that everyone out there doesn't act in self-defensive force. The ritual itself is not working on the people, their influence is. There's nothing magical about it. They are just focusing their will and bringing their will, using what they know about God's reality, into physical conditions for us. And no one's doing anything about it. That's why we have to behave morally. We have to care. Also, behaving morally is behaving non-violently. Violence has taken on a new meaning through popular usage when before it originally meant a violation of God-given rights. Something that you're doing against an innocent party. Do not start or initiate physical harm on an innocent party. No, it does not mean hurting someone's feelings. That's just influence. They have a decision to be offended or not, just like you do. Physical harm is what violence is, not hurting people's feelings. More Satanist conditioning out there is telling people that violence is not only any act of force that destroys something, but it's also hurting someone's feelings. No, neither of those things are violence. Violence is the violation of God-given rights. That is initiating, starting harm on an innocent party. That's behaving non-violently. Notice how I do not say behave with non-aggression, because aggression itself is a tool that God gives us to say no. Aggression and anger both are not evil, are not bad, like they've been teaching in these nonsense New Agey religions. Aggression has its place. Anger has its place. They are tools to be used. No, we do not let the tool use us. We use the tool. It is for us to use to say no to Satanist conditioning and say no to Satanist enslavement. Now, the most important one is self-defensive force, an act of agape love. That is absolutely required, Christian warriors. Self-defensive force is required. You cannot pray your way out of this, and there is no escaping into heaven. Yes, we all go to heaven to pick new parents, but we're coming right back here, getting our skin in the game, because that's God's system of spiritual progression. The Satanists know it. There's even huge statues. The Court of the Pina at the Vatican, they know God's system of spiritual progression, and they keep it from you. Because they want you to believe that it's all done in one, and you just keep your head down, you pray in a corner, and you just get to escape into heaven while they turn this place into a hell world. And I've heard modern Christians and Catholics say this to me, that Satan owns this planet. No. We do not just give this planet over to Satan. It's ridiculous. Not even a Christian thing to say. We are so many centuries into people violating our God-given rights. The parasite class out there, Satanists, their cabal of minions, they have been consistently violating our God-given rights with zero pushback from us. Zero! Because everyone's waiting for saviors and thinking someone else will do the work for them. No. The responsibility is ours. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We are to do God's will here. His will has already been done. It is the immutable law out there giving consequences. He's waiting for us to understand. One of the passages that was missed in the Bible, describing self-defensive force and your right to it, not the right of cops, not the right of military, your right, your personal right. See, one thing that people don't get is that even in our constitutional republic, and believe me, I'd love for everyone to live in an anarchonic society, but we're nowhere near that spiritually. We're generations short and millions of teachers shy of actually having an anarchonic society, so I have a grudging acceptance of the necessity of a constitutional republic. And in that constitutional republic, what our founders actually put down for us, advice for us to follow, is that when we're born on this soil, we were born into a coast-to-coast militia. No flags necessary, no affiliation necessary, and no well-regulated does not mean regulated by the government. No, it does not mean the National Guard. It means that everyone is a good cop. Every single person over the age of 15, especially women, are trained in the use of the weapons of the day, the modern weapons of the day, in our case, firearms. So it's in there, and we should all be understanding that we have an individual, all of us have the right to self-defensive force should anyone dare to violate our God-given rights. Even in Luke 22:36 it says, Jesus says, Then said he unto them, But now he that hath a purse, let him take it, and likewise his scrip. And he that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. Direct from our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, saying that if you do not have a modern weapon of the day, back then it was a sword, then you better sell the clothes off your back and buy one. One big militia, one coast-to-coast group, one big family, all good cops. No one abdicating their right to self-defensive force to any other institution, any other people. No, cops aren't the only people allowed to do it. No, military aren't the only people allowed to do it, because guess what? All those command positions of institutional authority are being commanded by Satanists at the moment. So they're telling them what to do, and everyone following immoral orders is being a little order-following baby Satanist rat. Whether they think so or not, whether they know it or not, that's what they're doing. If you're following immoral orders, you are getting the consequences from God's law, not the person who told you to do it. Now, when I say that you either know things or you don't know things, it all comes down to staying away from belief. Belief is nonsense. You don't just believe things, you know things. That's what ancient Christians taught. They were often called knowers. So the ancient Christians taught it in a different way. They would teach the trivium to their young, which is knowledge, understanding, wisdom. Wisdom being equal to action. So you take in the knowledge, no matter where it's coming from, all of it. You sift through it. You do not fear knowledge. There's certain people out there that think they'll get possessed or something from picking up a satanic Bible and reading through it.
You have to know your enemy to fight them. God wants you to actually take in all of God's truth, all the knowledge that you can. Then you sift through it. You weed out the inconsistencies. You get proof, physical proof, that's cross-referenced, to verify the claims in that body of knowledge. That's the understanding part. And once you've come to an understanding, you can act on that information. That is the wisdom part. Taking action. So ancient Christians would teach the trivium to their young. Knowledge, understanding, wisdom. To put it in a simpler, more modern way, it's input, processing, output. And to give you an idea of how to organize your thoughts like the ancients taught, imagine in your head you got 2 computer files. One is marked consideration. You consider this stuff. And the other file is marked knowledge. You know this stuff. You either know stuff or you don't know stuff. There is no file marked belief. So when you have a claim, information, it gets thrown in your consideration file. And if you don't have the proof to back up these claims, physical proof that are cross-referenceable, then that doesn't leave your consideration file. You can just strongly consider it if you want, but you don't know it. That's the big difference. Now, as we go through the Bible, I give you a lot of stuff for your consideration file for you to go out and verify a lot of this stuff on your own. I can't know everything. I'm just one man. And then you can find the proof to then start moving some of this stuff from your consideration file into your knowledge file. There are certain things that I know about God's reality that people would just laugh at. Not because they have proof otherwise, no. It's because they worship false institutions of authority, and they've been conditioned a certain way to think a certain way and believe things in a certain way. Not because they have any type of knowledge that I do not. When I say that I know something, it's because they're just emotionally conditioned. That's how the ancient Christians would teach newcomers how to organize their thoughts. You either know stuff or you don't. Christian warriors, there's a consideration file in your head and a knowledge file in your head. Everything goes to the consideration file first until you can prove it and move stuff over into your knowledge file. You either know stuff or you don't know stuff. There is no belief. And being a Christian, what accepting Christ means to the ancient Christians, what it means is that you accept God's truth, God's law, and you do His will. That's what accepting Christ means. 777. Putting down 666. The beast consciousness. That's acting like an animal, thinking like an animal, feeling like an animal, behaving like an animal. 666. And instead we accept Christ. 777. That is thinking, feeling, and behaving morally, knowing God's truth, not believing it, knowing God's law, not believing it, and behaving morally. That's accepting Christ. And there is no need for a holy act. There's no need to change your whole personality to become a Christian. No. You can listen to Iron Maiden, gangster rap, whatever. All that Satanist conditioning, once you know how to spot it, does not affect you anymore. You don't need to just start listening to Christian rock all the time if you're going to become a Christian. No, you don't need to do that. You need to first come to understand what Satanist conditioning is so you can spot it, and then that stuff doesn't influence you anymore. You're completely protected by knowing God's truth and knowing God's law. That's where protection comes from. And of course, behaving morally. Sometimes we got to look out for the infirm or little kids. They really need our help, our protection. And speaking of kids, Christian warriors, teach your kids how to spot Satanist conditioning. Be involved with their whole life up until you're done being a steward to them, which is legally around 18, but that number isn't just for fun. It's actually when people can start behaving like adults in society, around 18 years old. Not because it was codified in some book, but because that's when you're a young adult. So all the way up until that point, you are a steward of them, and you have to pay attention. No excuses. Oh, I gotta work, and I gotta do this, and I gotta do that. I can't pay attention to what they're learning in school. Those are all excuses, and they're not valid. Look at what's happening out there in Hell World right now. They're actually trying to tell people in our beautiful country that the parents don't have any right to decide what they're being taught in school. It's absolutely absurd. And that's what you get for being lazy and not being involved in the raising of your kids. Christian warriors, raising your kids does not mean covering their expenses. That's not raising kids. Raising kids means teaching them what I'm teaching you. Coming to know God's truth and God's law. Understanding what Satanist conditioning is. Understanding that false authority means nothing, and at best it's redundant. The only authority in God's reality is God. God the Father. His law. His immutable law is already out there, giving consequences. The best that government law can do is be redundant and back up God's actual law. That's the best that government law can do. Fake human law. Mostly it just goes the opposite direction. Keeps tightening the screws of control. Leveraging people through fear. Now remember, Satan is fear. Morality is so simple, Christian warriors. All it is behaving with care, behaving with nonviolence, and behaving with self-defensive force. All of that is very simple. We are in control of that condition out there. God's law gives us consequences for behaving through fear or through love. When we behave through love, we get order and we get freedom. When we behave through fear, we get slavery and we get chaos. See, Christian warriors, ancient Christianity made sense. All of this is just objective knowledge. None of it has to do with belief or taking allegory literally. Notice how all of this sounds a lot different than what's been taught the last 1,600 years. It's really too bad. That's why I'm bringing it back, Christian warriors, so you can start teaching this stuff to your kids. None of what I'm saying is wrong or untrue or even dangerous or anything like that. It's teaching you the basics. You're not taught to believe a bunch of silly stuff. You're not taught to take allegory literally out of some book that's been censored and edited. Our Adam human species is going through a learning process right now, and the Satanists are having a little bit of trouble keeping control, as you can see from these panic moves for the last couple of years. Now, are we going to let them win and tighten the screws, or are we going to usher in God's truth and God's law? Or are we going to start behaving morally? Which one? We decide. No saviors. The only savior is moral behavior.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday has rolled around again, so it's time to get together with our friends, the family that we can tolerate, the pets that we are the stewards of, get together and praise our Father. But remember, please, do not be a dumb child. We are not doing this for God the Father's benefit. He is not flattered by your hand kissing. If you think that you can flatter God the Father and get him to do nice stuff for you by kissing his hand all day, then you have accepted the child's view and it's time for you to grow up. That's what these sermons in this ministry are all about. I can help you attain spiritual adulthood so you don't have to look like a childish moron when you explain what you believe spiritually. If you want Christianity in its ancient form to make sense to you, I can help. If you want Catholicism and the Church of England and what they've turned Christianity into through the Dark Ages, if you want all of that to make sense, I can help as well. If you want to be a spiritual, emotional, intellectual adult, I can help you. So let's praise our Father, not because we're trying to kiss his hand all day and flatter him. You can't flatter God. He ain't like you. He does not have an ego to stroke. Yes, he loves you and he is not mad at you, but you cannot flatter him. A lot of times people forget, though, that God the Father has a sense of humor. That's why we have it. So sometimes if you're being a careless, ignorant, immoral, apathetic, cowardly child, he'll punk you for it. Once in a while, you just gotta grow up and quit being so susceptible. If you're wondering why things are rough, it's because of our actions. It's because of the actions of others around us. And if you want all of that to clear up, we're going to have to teach what real Christianity is to the people out there. Of course, I direct that to the regular congregation. Welcome. You know I love and appreciate all of you. And welcome to the newcomers. You're going to hear things here that you've never heard before, I'm sure, because I'm bringing ancient Christianity back, and it's not something that I made up. It just sounds so different to you because it's been covered up for almost 1,600 years. And I don't base this on my opinion, I base it on archaeological and anthropological evidence that is in the modern day. So before you hit my emails in the comment sections with nuh-uh, as if that's a pertinent rebuttal, which it is not, before you do all of that, why don't you listen instead? Because that little chirping, crybaby noise in your head saying, I'm not wrong, that's the ego talking. And I know what everyone's been taught, leave your programming at the door. So welcome to the newcomers to the only ministry in town teaching ancient Christianity as far as I know. My name is Pastor Clifton, and I can help you understand what it is to be a spiritual adult instead of a dumb child, believing in stupid fantasy. Because there is such a thing as God's truth, and it can be known. Truth is synonymous with fact. Fact is measurable. God's children, that is us, we use science to determine truth and measure it. Science is not separate from your spiritual adulthood, it's part of it. It's crucial to have it so you can measure God's beautiful reality. The reason why so many scientists and medical professionals steer away from religion is because they are taught the exoteric that's outer teachings fantasy out there, and it's no wonder that they turn toward atheism and materialism. But that position that they take is also spiritual immaturity, and that is what Christianity is there to correct. It is to correct dumb animal behavior, 666 beast consciousness, and it is to correct dumb child behavior looking around for a parent. In the modern day, we are having Epstein files hit the public's consciousness and showing them that there is such a thing as Satanists out there. Of course, the Satanist to a Christian after the ancient teachings is a practitioner or a minion of the dark occult. And occult itself does not mean evil, it just means hidden, but dark occult certainly is evil. And it's showing people that that stuff does exist, whether they like it or not, believe it or not, know it or not. So you have a bunch of people who have had their fear of triangles and other silly things like the 666 hand symbol revitalized. Now they're afraid of all those things. And the Christian after the ancient teachings doesn't have fear in his head or her head. We have courage, and it overrides that fear every single time. So the Satanist, what it actually is, if you'd go read the book, A Return to Ancient Christianity, that I wrote maybe half a decade ago, it was a while ago, there's a whole chapter on what a Satanist is, but I'll tell you what it is in a nutshell. It is the ego-driven self. It is the spiritual infant, the spiritual ignoramus. It is the profane. It is the hedonist, looking around for sensation with zero moderation. A lot of people out there have been sold diet Satanism, Satanism light. It's what's given to the public, so Satanists can do what they want, and people out there say, oh, well, that's human nature. No, it isn't. It's animal nature, and that's what 666 is. Beast consciousness. Ancient Christianity has always been there before the two cataclysms to correct that. Ancient Christianity is older than Judaism. Yes, it is. Not my opinion. Go see past sermons. Ancient Christianity is older than Catholicism. Obviously. Constantine, the first fake Christian, and all of his little buddies, starting around 70 AD to 300 AD, this is far before Constantine, of course, but all those people took Christianity, a pre-existing spiritual methodology from the ancient times, and warped it into its modern form. That became Catholicism, Church of England, and all the 45,000 plus denominations that you see today. Mostly people taking their focus off of God the Father and putting it onto teachers like our honored teacher Jesus the Nazarene, saints, which there are hundreds of, and moms like Mary, and all of that is wrong. Because you're barking up the wrong tree, Christian warriors. God the Father should be your focus all the time. Our Father is the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. That is God the Father. He loves you, he is not mad at you, he has set down law that you should recognize, so you can behave carefully and morally within the parameters of that law. Most of all, he cannot be flattered. I know what everyone's been taught. You guys think that you can kiss God the Father's hand and say, wow, I really kissed up to God today, he should be pretty pleased with me. Or maybe it's even more childish, saying, no, see, I'm really scared of Yahweh, and I feel really bad for Jesus. Don't you feel bad about Jesus because he cast a spell 2,000 years ago ago to absolve me of my wrongdoings in the modern day because he was murdered by cops. Don't you feel bad for Jesus? All of that stuff is childish nonsense. And all of it is a lot younger than ancient Christianity. Christianity goes back way further than Jesus, our honored teacher, the Nazarene. Way further than 0 AD. We know this, we're not guessing at this, we know this because Christos in the Greek, where Christ comes from, is a word that means anointed, the same as Messiah. That word in Hebrew means anointed, and when you are anointed, that means that you are a Christian. And it's not for superhumans and messiahs only, and prophets and whatever, it's for you. It's your spiritual adulthood. Get to work. So not only is Christos, the word, a lot older than 0 AD, the supposed and guessed at birth of our honored teacher, Jesus the Nazarene, a person who likely took the name Jesus as a teaching tool, symbolism, because Yeshu in the Greek is 888. Go see my book, A Return to Ancient Christianity, and review before you go hitting my comment sections and emails, because I don't care what everyone's been taught. I already know it. If that sounds like adult spirituality to you, then I can't help you. You're a dumb child. Run along, child. You know what the Christians, after the ancient teachings, would call anyone who believes a bunch of fantasy? They would call you the profane, the spiritually dead. And I will not have any profanity in this digital ecclesia. So run along, child. I can't help you until you grow up. To the regular congregation, you know I love and appreciate all of you. So let us all clear our heads of all the stuff that's possibly going wrong, something that's bothering you, annoying you, and really quiet our minds to praise our Father. Not for his benefit. You can't flatter him. You ain't kissing his hand all day. You're not going to get any results that way. He's waiting for all of his children to understand his law and do his will, to take our hands out of the fire. So let's all quiet our heads down and show praise to our Father, because we are showing gratitude. Like that old phrase, count your blessings, because gratitude takes the place of complaint. We also show praise to our Father, not because we're trying to flatter him, again, that's the child's view, but because we are happy to know what we truly are. And what we are is this. We are all God's children. We are all born with the exact same God-given rights. Yes, some of us have different skill sets, different aptitudes, but we have the same rights. And we are born with God's Holy Spirit, our guardian angels, the real us inside these physical expressions, which there will be many more of. That is God's system of spiritual progression. Yes, it existed, and it took the parasite class that the upper echelon Satanists themselves, posing as the priest class of Catholicism, it took them several centuries to erase it from modern Christian factions. But that is the whole point. There is no predeterminism. There is no fate. There is no destiny. There is no prophecy. There is only free will. And your free will is governed by God's law. If you do stuff that is violent and immoral, stupid, careless, apathetic, ignorant, cowardly, then you get certain consequences. If not from the community around you, but you get it directly from God's law, like sticking your hand in the fire gets you burned, and it's not because God's mad at you. This is the whole point of ancient Christianity. In a nutshell, as the ancients taught Christianity, going back to what I was saying before, Christos and Messiah, it means anointed. That means being a Christian. To be a Christian, you must be the master, not getting there, not trying. No more unworthiness doctrine taught in cults. Go see my book, Return to Ancient Christianity. There's a whole chapter on cult tactics. The unworthiness doctrine is one of them, saying, oh, you're too much of a scumbag and you're too dirty and you're just too dumb to know his truth, so don't even try. Go sit there and pray in a corner and hope to escape into heaven where you pick daisies for eternity. All that fantasy out the window. No, you have to be a Christian by being the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. The only three ways that you can express yourself for our Father in his creation. That is the reason why there's no such thing as predeterminism, fate, destiny, prophecy, all that, is because there's free will. That's the whole point of God expressing and experiencing inside his creation through you and me and everyone else over and over until you get it. So to be a Christian means you are the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions, not, oh, I'm an imperfect Christian, I'm addicted to stuff and these people keep walking all over me. No, you are the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Being the master of your thoughts means that you don't believe in stupid fantasy nonsense. Being the master of your emotions means that you don't get triggered at stuff, and you can keep your cool without being a little baby. And there's a lot of people who say, well, you don't keep your cool. Look, Christian warriors, you've never seen or heard me being actually angry. And being a master of your actions has to do with the second part of Christianity. Being a Christian means that you behave, take action, with care, non-violence, and self-defensive force. You know the difference between violence and self-defensive force. You know the difference between influence, which is anything that is not an action, and action. These are all ancient Christian teachings. These are what kids used to learn in the ancient times before the cataclysms. And it's been lost to the ages, and I'm the only one bringing it back as far as I know. Hopefully the regular congregation is teaching whoever they can reach and teaching their kids a little better. But the reason why I'm introducing adult Christianity back into this world, Christian warriors, is because there's too many dumb children out there who think that they are adults and they take the child's view from cradle to grave. You're not supposed to do that. The don't make Yahweh mad, don't make Jesus sad, don't you feel bad about Jesus child's view is for people who don't have their adult reasoning and rational thought capabilities up to par yet, like toddlers. And it's fine for them, but you have to, as they grow up, just like when you teach them about Santa starting off and it's all fantasy nonsense, and then you tell them later on, look, Santa isn't real. You have to do the same thing with Christianity. You have to tell them, look, Christianity is a spiritual methodology of self-mastery and behaving carefully and morally within the parameters of God the Father's law, knowing what truth is and knowing what fantasy is, the opposite of God's truth. The opposite of fact is fantasy. And you have to introduce that to your kids probably around between 8 and 10 years old. That's how I did it with my daughter. Worked out just fine. She knows exactly how to be moral. Really, what it is to be moral. That is not initiating physical harm on innocent parties and behaving with self-defensive force should anyone try to do that to you or the infirm or your children. The beauty of ancient Christianity is that it's all about truth. It's about logic. It's about science. It's about real adult spirituality. It's about you becoming an adult. No more cognitive dissonance where someone's an adult and they consider themselves to be an intellectual and they're researchers and they demand proof for all this stuff, and then you ask them about their spirituality and then out come the little mantras about worshiping our honored teacher Jesus the Nazarene and how there's one and only Son of God and he was born here on earth. How are you going to explain that when we're out in those stars, Christian warriors, being a spacefaring species again? You're going to explain that to the next species over on the planet over? Oh yeah, the Son of God was born here, you missed it. Because all that stupid childish nonsense was added afterward. Christianity existed way far back, before the flood, before the first cataclysm. It landed in areas where they were trying to pick up the pieces, like Babylon, for example, or Ionius, on the very western side of Turkey, before it ever got to Greece. Like I explained in past sermons, Kabbalah is not Jewish mysticism. It's older. It's ancient Christian stuff. Way older than Judaism. Tarot is ancient Christian stuff. Way older than Judaism, and no, it's not a stupid deck of parlor trick cards. It's teaching you the law. It's teaching Christianity. No, I'm not talking about Klapotic Kabbalah. I'm not talking about Lorianic Kabbalah. All that Satanist trash. I'm talking about the very old stuff, so don't think you know what you're talking about hitting my emails, because you don't. Your education is limited. There's a saying out there, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, and that's what my emails are full of. The whole point, Christian warriors, before you go opening your mouth and blabbing, is to know your stuff before you speak it. And speaking of limited education in various topics, if you go on X Twitter nowadays, everyone's stupid hot takes on what's happening in Venezuela, what's happening in Iran, hyperventilating over World War III. Look, if you're confused or scared, not only are you lacking spiritually, you're not a spiritual adult, but if you're confused about stuff, generally it's because you don't know enough. I said this last week in the last sermon. So just admit that you don't know anything about Iran. You should start your research on Iran going back to 600 AD or so. Pay close attention to what happened in Iran during the 30s and then in the late 70s. Then maybe you'll get a clue. But if you would like to know what's going on in the world right now, understand devolution continuity of government. I call it DevCOG, and I explain it in past sermons and casual talks. Go review. There's so many people out there, including the fake freedom movement, saying Trump's part of it and all this stuff. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not a Trump supporter. I just know DevCOG. I know it inside out, and I can see what's going on. Look, if your hot take sounds a lot like Whoopi Goldberg's or Kamala Harris or George W. Bush or Obama, that should be problematic to you if your viewpoints match Whoopi Goldberg's. Just admit you don't know what's going on in Iran. You don't understand what war is. As soon as it happened, I had all these people send me a bunch of messages saying, oh, World War III is starting. And what happened afterward? Russia backed off. China backed off. Iran has zero help from anybody. So far in DevCOG, they've cut off cartel money laundering down in Venezuela. They're going to show everybody that there were huge data centers that were involved with election rigging in the United States of America in Venezuela. They're going to show the connection between Iran, Venezuela, and all the areas around the world that take that laundered money. Ukraine will be the last step, the last chip to fall. And then after all of that's done, Israel is last for all those people who think that Trump is a puppet of the Zionists. You couldn't be more wrong. There's a lot for you to learn. And again, I'm not a Trump supporter because I don't support people. I support actions or disapprove of actions. And I don't really like government, but I do understand the unfortunate necessity for a coast-to-coast daycare for all the people out there behaving like dumb animals and dumb children. It's the vast majority. If you don't think a daycare is necessary, all those cops being daycare workers, then you're living in fantasy land. I'm talking to you, fake freedom movement. If you think that you can move right into the anarchonic utopia, you'd be wrong. No one can even define right from wrong, and they're raising kids. If you think the daycare is unnecessary, there's some show on HBO streaming called Neighbors, and that is a good representative of why the daycare is unfortunately necessary. If you watch any episode of Cops, that's why the daycare is unfortunately necessary. It's because people are acting like dumb animals and dumb children. They need daycare workers, very unfortunately. For example, in that show Neighbors, they can't wrap their head around common courtesy, and it's usually based around smells, like some guy having a farm next door, and he's like, what's the big deal? I thought this was America. And he's in a tract housing outfit, and his neighbors are watching their property values plummet because it smells like every farm animal's butthole all across their yards. And another thing that dumb children and dumb animals can't figure out is being courteous with noise. I even heard one of the freedom movement gurus talk about how they went to some anarchy in the forest meeting, whatever they do, and he was complaining that they were playing techno music or something till 3 a.m. and on through the night. Because we're free, right? And we can do what we want. That's what I'm talking about. They don't understand courtesy. So that's why the daycare is unfortunately necessary. And I'm not saying abdicate your God-given right to self-defense of force to a bunch of cops. I'm saying wake up the militia member in you. No, it doesn't mean go commit violence against innocent parties out there, but you should know how to handle and own the weapons of the day and be an adult. That's the whole point of this constitutional republic, these trainer wheels, this daycare, is that it doesn't function without a coast-to-coast militia, so wake up. No, it doesn't need separate flags like the little Gadsden flag or anything like this. One flag, stars and the bars, that's it. One big family, one big group of good cops looking out for each other. That would be us. But what makes that work even better is if people understand adult spirituality and understand what being a Christian is. Being a Christian is a methodology that is ancient. It means that you are the master, not getting there. You've already done it. You've done the work. You have unwound the trauma. You have gotten control of yourself, control of your thoughts, control of your emotions, control of your actions. Go see past sermons. Go read the book, Return to Ancient Christianity. Get a clue and get to work. That, mixed with the right to bear arms, is what will push this daycare, this unfortunate daycare, into that anarchonic utopia that you want. But it ain't gonna be with a bunch of ignorant people. It will have to be with a bunch of spiritual adults. A lot of people try and accuse me of promoting a theocracy, which I do not. I promote spiritual adulthood through the spiritual methodology of ancient Christianity. That's what I do promote because it works. Why reinvent the wheel? I I get it. It's been gone for a while. If you look out in that hell world, look out that window and be honest with yourself. It's a hell world because we've allowed Satanists to run to the tops of those positions of false authority. You've let it happen. I let it happen in my ignorance and my youth. I started out just like everyone else with poor teachers. It's no excuse. You can get better. You can get control. You can be the Christian after the ancient teachings. You can do it. These goals are attainable, and life is a lot easier when you do it. You have a whole lot less fear, a whole lot less confusion. You can understand how to extend association and trust with all of your relationships better. You can measure people a little better. Everything becomes easier. Talking about the fake freedom movement, it's pretty funny. It's just like the fake patriot movement, like your Michael Jacobs and Wano Sabins and Phil Godlewskis, total fakes, saying that they have insiders and they're telling you all about it, while everyone continues to buy them multiple houses and sports cars and yachts and things. Suckers. Quit being suckers. But anyway, a lot of them, every time their streaming service goes down, they complain that the deep state or whatever they think is attacking them. And I look at their numbers that they're pulling. Look, if your numbers are somewhere underneath 500,000, then they don't care about you. The fake freedom movement, for example, is dismissed entirely by Satanists in the upper echelons. They are laughing at what I'm doing, what everyone that you've ever heard of in the freedom movement is doing, because their numbers are somewhere around 15,000. Maybe they're at 50K. That number has to be around 500,000 or more for them to care about you. They're not trying to disrupt your stupid operation where you're saying to abolish all government. The Satanists dismiss you entirely because if you abolish the daycare, it'll fall apart within a week. It's not even tenable. They even dismiss the fake patriot movement because even though those numbers are somewhere in the millions, if their numbers are even accurate and they're not just paying for views and follows or whatever, then there's still right versus left dialectic, and that's not a danger to the Satanists in the upper echelons either. They believe dumb fantasy and mix it in with their partisan cheerleading, and that's why they get dismissed as well. Look, even though DevCOG is happening right now, which I think will succeed and will push us into our space age as an atom-human species again for probably the second, third, or fourth time. Even if it succeeds, right now all the Satanists are looking at it saying, well, we'll just go underground and throw all of our lower minions under the bus and then come back in 50 years and reassert control because we know that they won't master themselves. And that's why I teach ancient Christianity. Christian warriors, if you master yourself and become the real Christian, real adult spirituality, then no other abusive master can step in and steer you around, especially by your emotions and by false information. Like believing in fantasy nonsense is not going to help the world out there. Fantasy is what got it there. And if you're saying, no, that can't be. Look, if all the exoteric religions were worth their salt, we wouldn't have a hell world, would we? It's been getting worse the last 1,600 years. It gets consistently worse. So what are the exoteric religions doing? Nothing. It's more belief in fantasy. Of course it's not going to fix what fantasy wrought. You're going to need God's truth to fix that world, and you're going to need moral and careful action to fix the world. God is not going to fix the world for you. If you're thinking God wins, it's because his truth is like a tsunami. And as our honored teacher Jesus the Nazarene said in Matthew 10:34 through 38, he tells people that his name is synonymous with truth. Get it? That's the parable. Mark 4:11, John 14:6. You have to understand the parable to understand Matthew 10:34 through 38. Truth is the sword. It cuts through lies. Truth does not sound pretty to people that are actively telling lies to themselves about themselves. Christian warriors, God's truth does not sound pretty to people that are actively telling themselves lies about the world around them. That's looking into the mirror and lying to yourself. That's looking out the window and lying to yourself. That's all fantasy. God's truth hurts that. That's why it's the sword. Truth is painful, uncomfortable. It's abrasive to people that have accepted fantasy and lies given to them by Satanists and all their dumb dupes and minions. If you look at Matthew 10:34 through 38, Jesus is saying God God's truth will cut through fantasy, and it will set you at variance with your own family, because they're being taught fantasy too. It's also saying to choose loyalty to God's truth and His law over family. But anyways, I go through all that in the basics of ancient Christianity and in the upcoming odds and ends. Basically, to all the fake freedom movement, fake patriot movement people, you ain't even on their radar if your viewership isn't over 500,000. Like mine, nowhere near them caring about me. But if this congregation grows to anything above that number, you can see my life being in danger for all those people giving me hate mail who claim to be Christian, saying that they want me dead and all this stuff. Or doing the passive-aggressive, I'll pray for you, which is common in modern Christian circles. Look, if you want me to come to physical danger, get this congregation to grow a little bigger and actually teach people correctly. I ain't even on their radar. This stuff is so old it sounds new to people. And it's too adult for people who want to live like children and dumb animals. This is the spiritual methodology that will raise your children into actual adults. You know why you don't see ancient Christian ecclesias anywhere? Because I haven't built one yet. And because it's actually dangerous to Satanists. Ancient Christianity is dangerous to all Satanists because it takes their control of you away from them. You know why you see churches and mosques and synagogues and temples and all other new agey stupid nonsense like crystal healing centers and med beds and all this stuff? You know why you see all that? Because it's no danger at all to Satanists. It's more fantasy for them. It will not fix that world. It does not threaten Satanists whatsoever. You know why you haven't heard what I'm telling people? It's because it's so old, it's so buried, because it's dangerous to them. They buried it, they twisted it, they made sure to cover it with this stupid veil of Catholicism where it's just a bunch of Mithraic ritual and worship. You think God the Father's petting some ego he doesn't have? He doesn't have an ego to stroke. You can't kiss his hand all day and get him to do nice stuff for you. The Bible is not a magical item. It was written after Christianity existed for thousands of years. It's older than the Bible. Christianity is older than the Bible, older than Jesus, older than Judaism. Look at the inscription of the Etherean Sybil. It's in Greek. It's dated to 800 BC. That's 300 years before even the Old Testament was written down in 500 BC. That's 300 years older than that, and it's showing you that ancient Christianity existed way back before Judaism. Yes, I know Judaism existed alongside it. I already know this stuff. No, Christianity does not come from Babylon. It just landed there like it landed in other places after and in between the two cataclysms. Really, the Israelites, when they were placed into their shameful exile in Babylon, that's where they picked up and did not understand one bit ancient Christianity. Yet they entered it into their Torah, their Pentateuch, their Old Testament. And for anyone bristling at what I'm telling you, thinking that it's not true, again, if you'd spend less time binge watching TV and playing video games and doing whatever on your phone, flipping through stupid videos, and did more research, you'd understand that I'm telling you God's truth, and I don't care if you accept it from me or not. I was simply told to do this work by God the Father for your consideration file, and it's take it or leave it. It's testimony. It doesn't win me any friends. It doesn't get me any money. I don't know if you can hear it. I try really hard to make the production value somewhat better than just filming something on my phone or a TikTok video. I try, but in the background you'll hear construction noise and traffic. It's because I live in the equivalent of a Motel 6 room next to a busy freeway. This work does not get me money. You know who gets money and gets mansions in Hellworld? People who don't tell God's truth. Like all those pastors with huge mansions. How do you have a mansion in Hellworld? Fighting the good fight? You know it and I know it. That ain't true. So if you're bristling at all that stuff, go do a little bit of research and don't accept widely accepted opinions from theologians and scholars. As I've said in so many sermons, widely accepted opinion is still opinion. You have to look at what data is present. If we get new confirmation of claims, new evidence, then it has to be fit into the hypothesis. It doesn't get thrown into a box of anomalies to be forgotten about forever. That's not science. But the problem is that the widely accepted opinions have flooded what AI can search as a large language model on the internet. It's flooded every single avenue of information. So when you ask AI or any search engine for a certain bit of information, whatever there is the most of is what it will tell you. And whatever there is the least of, it won't tell value. So if it's cutting-edge research in anthropology and archaeology, you're not going to get that right off the bat. I was hearing from teachers lately that they're quitting their jobs, the ones that aren't fully compromised, taking paychecks that's influenced. Look, if you got a price, you know how that phrase goes around and everyone just nods their head like it's true? If it's true, then you're a scumbag. If you have a price, you are a scumbag and you are not a Christian. If you can be paid to do something or look away, then you are a scumbag, you are not a Christian. But anyways, the teachers in the United States of America in the modern day, the ones that are not scumbags, the ones that are not taking a paycheck just to look the other way or do as they're told, the same reason I don't take a 501c3 tax exempt status, because I can't talk about government and how I don't really like it, yet I understand the unfortunate necessity for the trainer wheels to constitutional republic, but I still speak against government. It's just that we're running a daycare, and I know why. But anyway, these teachers are coming out and saying, we can't even teach these kids anything. It got to the point where this one guy was so disheartened that he made the assignment so easy. All they had to do was write a summary of a 3-sentence paragraph, and his entire class gave him back nonsense. That level of ignorance is not going to do anyone any favors. Just like repeating to me the mantras, the fantasy stupid nonsense is not going to do anyone any favors. It's not going to fix that world out there. Christian warriors, it is time to wake up your neighbors and teach your kids better and teach whoever you can reach. Look, I can't be the only one doing this, but really, you must know your stuff before you speak it. So if any of that bristles you, run along, child. You're not the emotional master. You're not a Christian. Being a Christian, calling yourself one, means that you are the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions all the time. No excuses. And you behave with care, nonviolence, and self-defense all the time. No excuses. So if you can't hit those little boxes with a check mark, if you can't do all of them, then you're not a Christian. If you have a price, you ain't a Christian. It was funny, there was all these modern Christian outfits writing this letter and putting it on the news about the dangers of white Christian nationalism. And you should have seen the comments. It was just people trying to out-Christian each other. I have a bit of bad news for everyone in those comments and everyone who's in that argument at all. None of you are Christians. None of you are masters of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. None of you behave with care, nonviolence, and self-defense. You don't even know what it is. If you want to learn, I can help. Go see past sermons. What's especially important is that you know the difference between right and wrong. If you can't define innocence, right and wrong, if you can't define the difference between violence and self-defense force, then you don't know what you're talking about, and you should not be a parent. You should not be teaching anybody. If you're listening to these dunce ethics professors who get clapped on the back by upper echelon Satanists saying, oh good, that drivel is perfect, that'll get people really wide of the mark, thank you, we're going to promote your work. These ethics professors love to conflate and confuse perspective and perception with God's truth, measurable reality, and you can't do that. Measurable reality is fact. It is truth, and it has nothing to do with your perspective or perception. It adds up to one thing, that's it. Just like objective morality adds up to one thing, that's it. You're either initiating physical harm on an innocent party or you're not, that's it. A person is either innocent or they are not, that's it. The action is physical or it is not, that's it. It's black and white. I go through all of that in the basics of ancient Christianity, which I put at the head of every single sermon. That's a sermon I did a while ago, and since you know I did that sermon so long ago, I'll say it again to all the regular congregation. Good morning, Christian warriors. You know I love and appreciate you and all of your efforts. I appreciate all of your efforts. I know that you're probably as broke as I am, and that's fine. Really, what I do this work for is to get God's truth out there to where you can teach your kids better, you can teach whoever you can reach, you can understand what a Satanist is, you can understand what the system is all about, you can understand what this daycare is attempting to do. That's what's important to me. If money was important to me, I'd have a big mansion already taking advantage of people, telling them exactly what they want to hear. But as you can see, people don't like the message of take responsibility and Christianity is older than Judaism. Provably so. They don't like it because they say, well, the people that I love and trust, they couldn't have steered me wrong. Yeah, they can. They can believe trash and pass it along to you, and it doesn't have to be a malicious act. They're not trying to harm you. They're just dumb. So you can change the vicious cycle and stop being dumb. You can be the spiritual adult instead. And that is where anywhere. I would love to help you if you'd allow it. You just got to get your ego out of the way and get the emotional conditioning out of the way. The ego screaming, I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. You're going to have to be wrong once in a while to get God's truth in that head. You got to get all the trash out so it doesn't have to go through a filter of trash and backward thinking. When I tell people certain information, it's going through this filter of all the trash that they've already been taught. You have to really unlearn all of the garbage that has been taught to you to even hear God's truth these days. I heard it repeated by a congressman the other day in the US of A that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result. But if you look at the definition of insanity, that ain't it. And that's the kind of trash I'm talking about. People just have these dumb slogans in their head. It's ingrained into them during their childhood, and then they repeat it back and they just puke it up all their life. If you're wondering how that's possible and how people have a double life, so to speak, when it's their intellectual selves and then their spiritual selves, it's all the cognitive dissonance that is taught during their formative years. Go see the sermon on brainwave states. So anyway, all of your spiritual teachings, luckily they don't change and they're not nebulous, and it's easy to understand them once you get the trash out of your head. That's what the basics of ancient Christianity is all about. But we also do the odds and the ends, which are analogies and metaphors I thought of a little later that belong in the basics of ancient Christianity. And we do the exercises in these sermons at this ecclesia, this digital ecclesia that everyone is welcome to so long as they're ready to be adults and behave morally and carefully. Everybody's welcome. But if you want to initiate physical harm on innocent parties, if you want to spread lies and fantasy, then you're not welcome here. This is a God's truth only zone, zero profanity zone. No profanity in this ecclesia, run along children. So for the newcomers that made it through the opening rant, that's what's fun about these sermons, is that I get to talk to the regular congregation like adults. To the newcomers that make it through, they sit there and they say, wow, this isn't like the other pastors that talk to me like I'm a crybaby and a slave. It's because you ain't one and it's time to grow up. I have way more respect for the regular congregation than to talk to them like babies. If you're sitting there praying to God the Father, saying, God, I don't understand, I'm so confused, while you got your hand in the fire, he's just waiting for you to take your hand out of the fire. Obviously, you're listening to your ego more than you're listening to your guardian angel, and by extension, God the Father. When you become the spiritual adult, it's not about patting yourself on the back saying, wow, I'm so smart and better than everyone else. No. You bring everyone else up to your level of understanding. It's not to lord over other people. That's what Satanist rats do. The Christian warrior brings other people up to their level of understanding as far as they can. Some people just do not have the intellectual aptitude to accept certain information. It's way above their head. And I get it. I just put it out there broadly, hoping that people pick it up. There's so many trash slogans in people's heads, so much trash, so much egoic garbage. They trust all the wrong people. I get it. It's difficult. But in a hope that we'll reach some people, Christian warriors of the regular congregation, we're going to do the odds and the ends and the exercises for those newcomers. Because I know all of you likely do your exercises at the top of every day. So let's get on with this sermon, Christian warriors. We got lots of stuff to do, and we're going to get to it presently. So let's do the odds and the ends and the exercises. To the regular congregation, feel free to skip ahead about 25 minutes. So, Christian warriors, I sure hope you know those basics before you skip ahead, because those basics do not change. They are the rules of the game here in God's beautiful reality. You see, Christian warriors, God's truth and law came first, before books and religions. God's law was put into motion the second our Father created all things. His law governs all things. And that's what ancient Christians taught. They taught how to recognize God's truth and how to recognize God's law. It made sense, ancient Christianity. It was measurable. Ancient Christians taught responsibility. They taught how to take moral action. You see, Christian warriors, you can experiment with God's immutable law if you're daring enough or stupid enough, but I wouldn't recommend it. The information is out there. You take in the information, you understand it, and then you bring your understanding of that information, that knowledge, into right and moral action. All of that is not only the ancient trivium process of learning, but it was also what ancient Christians taught. The thing that we have to grasp is that we are in control, all of God's children. We're all born with the exact same God-given rights. We all have God's Holy Spirit, our guardian angels, the real us, inside these physical bodies, these expressions that come and go, and you'll have many more. Christian warriors, we have a connection to our Father that cannot be broken, stolen, or sold. Throw all of that silly fan fiction where an entity can steal your soul, where you can sell it, all that nonsense. Throw it out the door. I know what everyone's been taught. Leave your programming at the door. We must all revitalize an existing connection with our Father. So the way that God's law works is very simple. If we all behave like warriors and we all behave morally and carefully, then we get a condition of freedom and love out there. But if we all behave like cowardly slaves and crybabies, that is behaving with apathy, not caring, that is behaving with ignorance, not taking in available information to understand it. You're ignoring available information. That is, if we behave with cowardice, and you all know what that is, that's behaving like a crybaby and a slave. And that's not what our Father made us for. We are not expressing for Him and experiencing for Him to be cowardly slaves in the physical. No. We are to cultivate our courage and our care and behave morally within the parameters of His law. So if we all behave carelessly and immorally, then we get a condition of slavery and fear out there, and that's exactly what we got. We got a hell world being created and perpetuated by a handful of Satanists that have sprinted to those command positions of institutional authority. All psychopaths and or Satanists, they love those job openings and they have taken them. And because people are not behaving with care and they are not behaving morally, the hell world is getting worse. But it's really that simple. We behave like warriors, we behave morally and carefully, we get a condition of freedom and love out there. It can be turned around. We have to do His will. It is our responsibility to do His will. That's why our honored teacher Jesus Christ says in Matthew, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." It is our responsibility to do it. If we don't do His will, that is, accept Christ, behave morally and carefully, and accepting Christ as taught by the ancient Christians before Roman Catholicism, even before the Pentateuch of Judaism was even written down, ancient Christians taught that accepting Christ means to behave with care, real care. Not the fake slogan that's propagated in Satanist media, "I only care about me and my own." That is fake care. Real care is, if one person is suffering, that's one person too many. If one person is enslaved, that's one person too many. That's real care right there. So we must behave with care to accept Christ. We must behave with nonviolence. That means not initiating physical harm on an innocent party. No, words are not violence. Words are just influence. That's not violence. So we must behave with nonviolence, and we must behave with self-defensive force should someone dare to violate our God-given rights. And all God-given rights, which are human rights or just rights, are property rights. You want to know how they exist? You were born into your body, you own it. That's your property. You're born with it. God gave it to you for you to express and experience for Him through it. Now it's your property. And that's where rights come from. They're all property rights. So anyone who says it's a figment of anyone's imagination just having human rights, and you can prove it very simply, all God-given rights are property rights. And if someone violates those God-given rights, physically, remember, words are not violence. It's the person doing the physical initiation of harm on the innocent party. That's who is to blame, and that's who must be stopped with self-defensive force. So we fight influence with counter-influence, like saying no and putting our foot down, seeing what they bring next. And we fight physical violence with our physical self-defensive force. That's how you behave morally. That's how you behave like a Christian warrior. And that is accepting Christ, as the ancient Christians taught it. Also, accepting Christ means to become the master of your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. So all of that stuff is accepting Christ. It has nothing to do with taking allegory literally or taking the legends that have been built around our honored teacher Jesus Christ and taking those literally. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with taking responsibility. To accept Christ, as the ancient Christians taught it, you must become the master of your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions, and you must behave with care, with nonviolence, with self-defense. If we all behave carefully and morally, in the aggregate, that means everybody, then we get a condition of freedom and love out there. Because people are not doing that is why we have a condition of slavery and fear out there, the hell world, on God's beautiful paradise planet. It's an absolute disgrace, and we gotta change it. Where most modern Christians and Catholics go wrong is they've accepted the anthropomorphization of Satan, which is all just fan fiction. Satan is a force. It is way worse than just one entity twirling his mustache, with goat legs and hooves and horns, carrying a pitchfork, trying to ruin all of God's plans, or making you spill your milk in the morning, or making it rain on your wedding day. All that silly nonsense has to go. Satan is a force. It is the force of entropy. That is decay and destruction as it relates to the physical stuff. That is fear as it relates to your consciousness. To combat Satan, we must build up our courage and beat back Satan in its aspect of fear. We must employ our care to maintain our stuff, our mind, our bodies, the world around us, to beat back Satan in its aspect of decay and destruction. This is what ancient Christians taught. And Satan is not outside of our Father's control. God the Father put Satan out there on purpose, because it gives negative consequences. It is the harsher teacher. When we behave carelessly and immorally, we get consequences from the force of Satan. And it is not outside of our Father's control. Everything is inside of our Father's control. He is the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. Of course, he has full control over everything. This whole fan fiction of Satan surprising God the Father and God getting mad is absolutely ridiculous. There is nothing outside of our Father's control. Our real battle is with Satanists, and that's who we have to physically stop. If they employ influence, we say no and see where they take it. And if they employ physical violence against an innocent party, whether it be you, the infirm, our children, then we employ our self-defensive force to stop them. It's influence for influence, action for action. That's how we stop Satanists, and that's who our battle is with. Another thing modern Christians and Catholics have to wrap their head around is that there is no such thing as predeterminism and fate or prophecy or destiny because we have free will. That is the gift our Father gave us so we can experience and express through these physical bodies for our Father in the beautiful reality that He created. Because we have free will, predeterminism and fate do not exist with it. It's one or the other. Because we have free will, there ain't no fate, predeterminism, destiny, prophecy, all that stuff cannot exist when we have free will. So we are to do His will here. We are the ones who have to fix that hell world out there and make sure it doesn't happen anymore. We are the ones that must stop Satanists. Not saviors, not God the Father. He ain't going to pull your hand out of the fire. When you're sticking your hand in the fire, that's an analogy. What that means is that you are behaving with 666, beast consciousness, chasing around sensation without moderation or responsibility. That's 666. Beast consciousness, the animal nature, animal behavior. Not human nature, it is animal nature because they display theft and deception in just about the lowest life forms you can find. Human nature is our spiritual responsibility. With our gifts of rational thought and reason, we cultivate our spiritual selves. Spiritual first, all else second. And that is where our human nature comes from. It is not the same as animal nature. It is not human nature to be thieves and liars. It is not human nature to behave violently. That is violating the God-given rights of an innocent party. That's not our human nature. That's all animal nature, 666, beast consciousness, which is why ancient Christians taught to take up 777. Christian, accept Christ. So when we are putting our hand in the fire, we are behaving with 666 beast consciousness. We are not the masters of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We are behaving with apathy, cowardice, and ignorance. Like building addictions, that's sticking your hand in the fire. Like infatuation, that's sticking your hand in the fire. Like not stopping Satanists, that's sticking your hand in the fire. And God the Father ain't going to pull our hand out of the fire. He's waiting for us to understand His law, His truth, and He's got plenty of time. Just like we have plenty of time through expression after expression. Yes, that was part of ancient Christianity. No, it's not my opinion. Go back to the basics if you're confused about that. So we must do His will here, or that condition out there does not change. No saviors are going to fix it for you. God the Father is not going to fix it for you. The only savior is moral behavior in the aggregate. There is no prophecy, no destiny, no predeterminism, no fate, because we have free will, so nothing is meant to be, everything is made to be. To give another analogy that I often give, imagine a guy is destroying his apartment with piles of trash all over the place. Cockroaches running everywhere, and his friend comes over and says, "When are you going to clean up your apartment? Take responsibility." And that guy tells him, "Oh no, in the Bible it says, all apartment cleaning is mine, so saith the Lord. So I'm not going to do anything." Or even worse, he says, "Nope, Jesus Christ is coming back and He's going to clean my apartment for me." Or as the fan fiction goes, Jesus Christ is going to destroy my current apartment and then build me a new one that I could set to destroying again with my animal nature. Or even worse, he tells his friend, "No, Satan just owns my apartment. This is the way it's going to be." Notice how that analogy explains exactly how Catholicism and modern Christianity have been taught for the last 1,600 years. That's why I'm bringing the old stuff back, Christian warriors. This is not my new take on Christianity. This is the old stuff. Christianity existed provably at least as far back as 800 BC. Not my opinion, there is archaeological evidence of this, and hit the basics if you don't know what I'm talking about. And probably the most important thing that ancient Christians taught is that you either know stuff or you don't know stuff. There ain't no such thing as faith or belief to a Christian after the ancient teachings. Imagine you have two files in your head, one labeled consideration, the other one labeled knowledge. There is no file in your head labeled belief or faith. Those two terms are interchangeable. They are in each other's definitions, faith and belief. So you either know stuff or you don't know stuff. That's what ancient Christians taught. So when you get a claim, it goes to your consideration file in your head. When you can verify that claim with some evidence, then it moves to your knowledge file. And just trusting somebody on their word is not evidence of a claim. For all those people blindly following anyone who says they have insiders, that is not proof of a claim. So you either know stuff or you don't know stuff. That is of primary importance to a Christian after the ancient teachings. If you don't have evidence for a claim, it stays in your consideration file. We must grow up and become the master of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Christian warriors, let's do our exercises. We do them every week because it's important to feel good about ourselves during this battle against Satanists. And it's not for any egoic reason. The ego is just a tool. It teaches us individuality in God's beautiful reality. A teacher of mine once said, "The problem is not that people have an ego, the problem is that the ego has them." That's chasing around sensation, hedonism, without any moderation or responsibility. Abstinence is not the answer. Responsibility and moderation is the answer. Feeling pleasure is not evil. It's just that behaving like a dumb animal is not to do. Or putting the ego on a pedestal. All of that is Satanism. So we do our exercises to feel good about ourselves, to understand that we must revitalize our connection with our Father. We gotta uplift these attitudes to be effective Christian warriors out there. Because if you can be led around by your emotions still, you got a lot of work to do. Remember, it's thoughts, emotions, then action in that order. If you can be led around by your emotions, that is, led around on a leash, then you got a lot of work to do. If you can be led around by influence, that's words, promises, threats, paychecks, lies, all of that is just influence. If you could be led around by influence, like you're being led around on a leash like a dumb animal, then you got a lot of work to do. Christian warriors, if you can be led around by emotions or influence still, led around on a leash like a dumb animal in 666 beast consciousness, then you can bet that Satanists are holding that leash. It is time to take the leash off. And if you're feeling depressed, which is just a clinical word for sad, no, not everyone can have the very rare chemical imbalance of manic depression. So if you're feeling sad, I'd say that's a pretty reasonable response to that hell world out there. And it does not require drugs or escapism. It requires your courage, your action. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're feeling anxious, which is just a clinical word for fear, and no, not everyone can have the chemical imbalance of anxiety, it's actually pretty rare, I'd say that fear is a pretty reasonable response to that hell world out there. There's a lot of struggles coming at us in hell world that we have to contend with and deal with. That is presuming that you've already cleaned up your own act, and the problems are coming from outside of you, instead of you causing your own problems. But sadness and fear do not require drugs or escapism. They require action to change the condition out there. Self-defensive force must be employed. Counter-influence, like saying no, should be employed. God is not going to pull your hand out of the fire. Praying in a corner and doing nothing is not going to get us anywhere. It hasn't for 1,600 years, provably. The hell world has gotten worse. What modern Christians and Catholics must understand is that prayer is powerful, yes, but it must be coupled with action. That is where prayer is most powerful. We pray for guidance, we do the action, and then we pray to our Father that if our action was in line with His law and His truth, we pray for its success. That's where prayer is powerful. You don't just get stuff out of nowhere, you have to do something. In Christian Warriors, how do you expect changes to happen in your life if your thoughts are the same, your emotions are the same, all of your actions are the same, like you've fallen into a routine and you do nothing new? How do you expect change to happen that's positive in your life if you're doing nothing new, if you're thinking nothing new, if you're not in control of your emotions? Your choices are, in God's beautiful reality, to be a piece of driftwood on a causal ocean where everyone else's actions are just affecting you forever, or you can realize His will and do His will and affect change in your life according to your action. So let's get all of the emotional conditioning out of the way. That's Satanist conditioning, most of it. Let's get all of the ego out of the way. That little chattering voice saying, I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Christian Warriors, you're going to have to be wrong once in a while to learn new things. It takes a real man and a real woman to admit that they're wrong. So let's get emotional conditioning out of the way. Let's get ego out of the way. So let's say it. We say it every week, Christian Warriors. Money is not my God. My God is not money. My value is not determined by a bank account number, how much stuff I have, or how fancy that stuff is, or whether that stuff gives me status. That is not determining my value. My value comes from being a child of God the Father, born with the exact same God-given rights as all my brothers and sisters, having His Holy Spirit, my guardian angel, the real me, inside this body. That's what gives me value. Let's say it again. Money is not my God. My God is God the Father, the Creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. Christian Warriors, if anyone's out there telling you that you have no value, stop listening to them, because your value is inherent. It comes from you being connected to your Father. Only you can make yourself worth less by not being in control of your thoughts, your emotions, and constantly behaving with carelessness and immorality. That's how you can make yourself worth less. But we all have a connection to our Father. That's where your value comes from. You are valuable, and God is not mad at you. Do not beg to God the Father because you keep sticking your hand in the fire. If you're sticking your hand in the fire over and over again, He's just waiting for you to understand His law. You don't have to apologize to God the Father for sticking your hand in the fire. You just have to clean up your act and understand His law and start behaving morally and carefully. You apologize to those you have wronged, but whether they accept your apology or not does not determine your changing that behavior that was offensive. You change forever, or else your apologies mean nothing. So you apologize to those you have wronged. God the Father is not mad at you. He loves you. He is the eternal force of love. All of that fan fiction about God the Father being the eternal force of love and having a torture chamber called hell is ridiculous fan fiction. I know what everyone's been taught. Leave your programming at the door. That stuff did not exist in ancient Christianity. So you are valuable Christian warriors. God loves you. He is not mad at you. The people you should be apologizing to are those you have wronged. And whether they accept your apology or not, just give them time. But the idea is for you to change your behavior forever, or else the apologies mean nothing. God the Father is not mad at you, and apologizing to him and teachers, saints, and moms is not going to absolve you of any wrongdoings. You have to change your behavior. Clean up your act. So let's do the other portion of our exercises, Christian warriors. Let's get courage to shine through these physical bodies. Beating back Satan in its aspect of fear. Pull all that courage straight from our Father, His Holy Spirit, your guardian angel, the real you. Pull courage from that source through your body, through your physical body, and let it shine through. Don't let fear guide your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. That's Satan in your head, and it takes courage to get Satan out. Let's get understanding to shine through these physical bodies. Make the request. Say, God, how can I become a better emissary for you? And He will answer. You show the desire, He will help you with your spiritual progression. He will guide you through the internal work, how to unwind the trauma. A lot of that work may come in the form of dreams. And if you need some help on how to pull up memories and remove the traumatic feelings from the memories to where you can experience the memories plainly without the emotional attachment living in the past, then please see my sermon on addiction. Let's get understanding to shine through these physical bodies. Let's get healing to shine through these physical bodies. Sure, we do all of the physical protocols to try and care and maintain for these physical bodies, but we must remember that there is a hard expiration date of 120 years for our Adam human bodies. Death is part of God's system of creation and part of God's system of spiritual progression. Death is a part of it. Often, pain is associated with death, and that's what people have a problem with. Pain itself is just an alarm system for these physical bodies. Yes, death is going to be painful in most cases, but it doesn't mean that we let Satan live in our heads, fear just guiding our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We understand that death is part of His two systems of creation and spiritual progression, and it is necessary. We don't live in fantasy, thinking that death will never come to you or anyone that you know. An ancient Christian wouldn't even teach you if you thought that way. So let's get healing to shine through these physical bodies. So we do all of the extra research required to understand whether or not the physical protocols that we are employing to maintain our physical bodies work or not. We got to do the extra research. And on top of that, we uplift our attitudes. Just like you can mope around and make yourself sick, the opposite is also true. There's a lot of healing that can come from God the Father, His Holy Spirit, your guardian angel, the real you. You just have to pull healing through these physical bodies. Let it shine through. Visualize God's healing light shining through your body, eradicating all illness and discomfort. Uplift those attitudes. Be indomitable, powerful, resolute Christian warriors, ready to face the day, face the week. Let's get all of that power back, Christian warriors, and let it shine through. We must take up the armor of God the Father. His armor is His law and understanding His truth, what has happened and what is happening now. With that knowledge, we take away confusion from our lives. We get rid of confusion, and that is the armor, knowing what's coming, seeing what's coming. Let's take up the armor of our Father, God the Father. Let's take up the sword of our honored teacher, Jesus Christ, His name being synonymous with truth. That's what He taught in His allegories. If that's confusing to you, hit those basics again, Christian warriors. Truth is the sword. It is knowledge. It is understanding. It is intellect, and it cuts through lies. That's why God wins, is because God's truth cannot be hidden for long. It's like a tsunami, a tidal wave. It washes over everything that any Satanist tries to put up in front of it. It'll beat down any barrier. That's why God wins. Truth is the sword. That's why we honor our teacher, Jesus Christ, in his beautifully crafted allegories that he taught ancient Christianity with. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put on that armor of God the Father, let's take up the sword of Jesus Christ, and let's go to battle against these Satanists. And when we're done here, teaching everyone how to behave carefully and morally, then we're going to take our fight across those stars, because God's law is the same everywhere. And when we run into our other brothers and sisters out there, they will have very similar teachings as ancient Christianity, because God's law is the same everywhere. We will have allies up there. They will be happy to see us. Alright, Christian Warriors, it is time to continue with Cataclysm. We're reading a science book in our sermons because I don't have a lot of free time. I work a 7-day week at a Hellworld job. They're trying to make me take a few days off, but I can't because I can't stay afloat in the Hellworld without working every day, and no one helps me do this work. So we don't have a whole lot of time here at this ministry for extracurricular activities. If you'd like to see an ecclesia built, a crematorium, a catacomb for all of our loved ones, so we can stop playing with dead bodies out there and get that price way, way down, then feel free to donate. Maybe I'll do a GoFundMe or something. Seems to work for all of the nutcases that feed people a bunch of fantasy. We'll see if it works for people who are actually telling God's truth. So for that very same reason that I don't have any time, that's why we do Cataclysm in the sermons and not in casual talks anymore. This book, Cataclysm, by Alon and Dallaire, two scientists who are likely materialist atheists. Very unfortunately, I went that way too when I was 17 because they were teaching me modern Christianity and it was just a bunch of fantasy stupidity. And I was more history and science minded as a kid, so I turned away from exoteric religion, and I thought I was really smart being a materialist atheist. Thank God the Father, he pulled me out of body and showed me that his non-physical reality is absolutely real and that I'd been wrong for a long time. And that happened a long time ago too. So, even though Alon and Dallaire may be materialist atheists, and even though they may get some stuff out of even the Torah, the Old Testament, Tanakh, or even the New Testament, they may get a bunch of that stuff wrong because it's not their field of research, we can forgive them and take the information in to the consideration file, and then when we find evidence for certain claims, we move it into our knowledge file in our head. No faith or belief necessary. So what Cataclysm's all about, like I say in other sermons, is that there was never an ice age. That's really a widely accepted opinion, and it's stupid, and it's been disproven in geology over and over again, yet people hold on to it. Because the ego tells people in those outfits to double down when they're challenged. Oh, I wrote a book, I have tenure. Double down. Oh, that doesn't fit into my hypothesis. Throw it into the anomaly file. Double down. But really there was a water age, because we got a bunch of water from some smashed planet. It added water to Earth. That was the first cataclysm. Those were your floods. Not only that, but the poles likely flipped around because something huge came in close proximity to our Earth, which would slosh the water all over the place. And there's a second cataclysm that I don't know if Alon and Dallaire know about. It was discovered by George F. Dodwell, a man whose name was erased from history. We'll probably talk about him a little later. But the important thing to remember, well, there are several things. The first thing is that take ancient aliens nonsense and throw it out. It is entirely likely that us, Adam human beings, we had high technology in the past. If we use Occam's razor and we look back, we can see that it took us just 4 millennia to get to high technology. High enough for rudimentary space travel, chemical cutting DNA, having a digital age, so on and so forth. So it takes us 4,000 years to get here. Not this slow trudging crawl from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age and all this stuff. It isn't just super slow for thousands and thousands of years and then all of a sudden we get high technology in this one little spurt. Of course it does move faster as we go along, but we know that it takes 4,000 years to get where we're at today from nothing. So think logically for 5 little seconds and throw out any ancient aliens or even modern academia dogma. Throw it all out and consider the logic of this statement. We had high technology as an Adam human species. No, it didn't involve aliens. We had it before the first cataclysm and between the first and second cataclysm that really messed things up on this planet. The first cataclysm is what this book is all about, and it's about a rock flying through the solar system. No, it wasn't a comet. No, it wasn't an asteroid. It was actually huger than both of those things. It messed up a bunch of stuff in the outer solar system, smacked into a planet between Mars and Jupiter that I contend was a water planet, or mostly water, pulled all of that debris on its way to the sun to get gobbled up, along swings Earth, and collects a bunch of water. And that rock didn't hit that planet because God was mad at anybody. The rock didn't fly through the solar system because God was mad at anybody. If you think that, that's childish stupidity. Usually, if you're in very rough and stupid times after and in between two cataclysms, people would go to their religious leaders, their tribal leaders, and say, why did it all happen? And because those people have to have answers, right? They say, well, God was mad at everybody. And that's about the stupidest thing you can think. God is not mad at you. He loves you. That rock flew by because physicality is dangerous. Grow up. Stop being a baby. If you weren't so full of ego and fantasy, and fear and confusion, you'd understand God's system of creation includes death, and that there is such a thing as God's system of spiritual progression. Yeah, it's real. I know about it. You're going to have to figure out about it. I can only tell you about it until you figure it on your own. And once you understand that system of spiritual progression, all the fear goes away. That's what ancient Christianity is all about. So, Christian warriors, let's get into Cataclysm, Part 4, Chapter 18. If you want all the rest of the previous chapters, which I fully recommend, start from the beginning. I label all of the chapters in the titles of Casual Talks and Sermons, so go review. This chapter is called Phaeton's Significance. We have repeatedly seen that, during its devastating progress through the solar system, Phaeton was apparently attracted to nearly all the planets in turn. Jupiter and Mercury seem to have been the exceptions. Conceivably, these were in the wrong part of the solar system at the time, that is, they were orbiting the far side of the sun relative to Phaeton's course. Christian warriors, go back several sermons to where I describe how the solar system operates. It's actually flipped on its side. It's not a horizontal plane. It's actually vertical, perpendicular to the, we'll just say, the Milky Way plane is horizontal. Really, in space, there's no clear north, south, east, west. What we choose to be north, of course, is relative to the viewer in three-dimensional space. But we'll say that the plane of the Milky Way galaxy is horizontal. As our sun and all the planets go around the center of that galaxy, it's flipped up perpendicular on its side, vertically, dragging along the planets. So let's continue. Phaeton's predilection for planets strongly suggests that it possessed an abnormally intense electromagnetic field, which was naturally attracted to the equivalent fields of the planets it encountered and disturbed. Eventually, the overwhelmingly greater electromagnetic and gravitational fields of the sun pulled it unerringly to a fiery grave in the solar furnace. Phaeton's impact upon the enormously larger sun would, of course, have been negligible. It is possible, therefore, to conceive of Phaeton pursuing a meandering course through the solar system as it moved sunwards from planet to planet, resulting in a pinball effect. Phaeton also apparently entered the solar system from a direction opposite to that in which all the planets orbit the sun. As mentioned before, old Persian texts expressly state that Tistria, the, quote, leader of the stars against the planets, proceeded, quote, along his winding course. A point mentioned in several ancient texts and traditions. Figure 413 conveys this concept diagrammatically. With the demise of Phaeton, the war in heaven was effectively over, although innumerable examples of the wreckage it produced throughout the solar system are yet traceable, and many legacies of the phase which involved Earth are still being experienced today. Despite its awesome destructive powers, however, the disaster was essentially a solitary event punctuating the uniformitarian normality of the solar system, in which, among other effects, terminated a long and idyllic terrestrial regime anciently remembered as a golden age. Christian warriors, just because two cataclysms happened in a row does not equal cycle, and I don't care what you've been taught, leave your programming at the door. I don't care about millennialist teachings. They're stupid. Millennialism is stupid. And I'm not talking about a generation. Go see what millennialism is. But anyway, in other ancient texts, books, including the Rig Vedas, they talk about golden ages and the cycle that happens because they presume that since there were more than one cataclysm, it equals cycle. Wrong. It just means that 2 devastating cataclysms happened, and that's terrible. Also, like I said, high technology only takes 4,000 years to get to, typically for our species, as we can see, not because I am saying so, but because we can see it in our own past. So that golden age may have been high tech before all this hit the planet. So when people look back and they say, wow, it just must have been so crazy to the ancient people looking up and seeing this fireball, it's likely they were a lot like us, experiencing a digital age and looking up in the sky saying, uh-oh, that's not good. Also having enough information to pass down through the much stupider centuries following the information of what this chunk of rock, called Phaeton in this book, did to the outer planets. If the ancient people did not have telescopes, like they say they didn't, and ships in the vicinity of these larger planets in the outer portions of our solar system, like of course everyone assumes we didn't, then they wouldn't know a lot of this information to begin with, something that I don't see Elon and Dallaire pointing to often enough. So that may be your golden age as well. It's not just a terrestrial regime that was idyllic, as they put it. It was likely because it was also a digital age, just like we experience now, this high-tech civilization. Even though our version of high-tech pales in comparison to other species out there, and I'm sure even our own levels of technology have been suppressed by that cult. Back to the book. This had been an excellent expression of Lyellian uniformity on Earth. Go see way back in Casual Talks where we talk about the uniformitarians versus the cataclysmists. Back to the book, Lyellian uniformity on Earth. Now it was shattered and gone. Long aeons. By the way, Christian warriors, in the Bible, in the New Testament, in Greek it says aeon. When it says the end of an aeon, that means the end of an age, not the end of the world. The biggest mistranslation in the New Testament that caused all the stupid fan fiction like the rapture. People really have to understand what their Bible actually says. We'll get to that later in Objective Bible Study. Long aeons would and are to pass before such conditions become general once more. Incomplete, dim, and scattered though they now are, the aforementioned legends and traditions and the abundant geophysical and biological evidences relating to the Phaeton disaster represent, of course, mere highlights of that appalling event, and essentially localized ones at that. They scarcely convey the full enormity of the overall catastrophe and seldom the actual order in which the constituent calamities occurred. Insofar as this is possible, an attempt will therefore now be made to trace the probable sequence of these, their consequences at the time, and their subsequent longer-term effects. And then if you own the book, which I suggest you do, the physical copy, digital books are dumb. They can be changed if you just run them through a PDF program. It's not a great idea to have all of your books in digital copies, which is why I only sell physical copies of the book A Return to Ancient Christianity, which you can get on Amazon. I see about $2.70 out of the very menial $17 for the book, so don't complain that I'm trying to sell books. Obviously not, but physical copies are important. Anyways, if you look at the Cataclysm book, you'll see a huge bibliography after what I just read, and that's only covering what references there are in Part 4. This science book is extensively cited with references in the bibliography, which means that they have one at the end of every part. So now, we're going to move on to Objective Bible Study because that was wrapping up Part 4, and next week we're going to move on to Part 5 of Cataclysm called Anatomy of a Disaster. Chapter 1 of Part 5 will be called The Antediluvian World. So we get a break this week from a long old Cataclysm chapter, and we're going to jump right into our Objective Bible Study. But a lot of people often ask, why do we do Cataclysm before Objective Bible Study? It's because Cataclysm has everything to do with the first 5 books of the Bible, which is describing in Genesis the cataclysm happening, and then then the survivors of the Cataclysm, being Caucasians, white people, not my opinion, that's how the allegories go. So don't take allegory literally, and if you do, know that you're talking about white people. Because the flood hit, right, the first Cataclysm, and then Noah was helped out by whatever the Elohim were, whether they be Mark 1, 2, 3, Adam human beings, we don't know, off-worlders, we don't know, who cares? Look, Christian warriors, no matter what we learn about our species, which I consider we were bioengineered 250,000 plus years ago, very sloppily at that, we don't arrive at this sloppy genetic form through regular evolution, and no, there is no such thing as speciation evolution. That's what people always argue, and they don't know the nuance. Yes, evolution is real. No, speciation evolution is not real. There is no species changing into a different species jump, ever, anywhere. They had to rewrite speciation just to include a bunch of worms. So there ain't no missing link. What you're looking at is possibly some other species. To get our skulls from Australopithecus to these modern Homo sapiens sapiens, you need about 35 missing links. So it ain't tenable. That theory is stupid. But anyways, no matter what we learn about our species, no matter what we learn about the Bible, no matter what we learn about the past, no matter what we learn about the Elohim, who the judges were, what the heck they did, where they came from, who cares? It's all fun to learn, yes, but your spiritual responsibility remains the same. You still must become the anointed because your Father expects it of you. God the Father wants his children not to be crawling around begging and groveling like little crybabies and slaves all day, wondering what's true and what's not true, and believing in fantasy and walking the checkered path, the floor of the house. He doesn't want that of his children. He wants you to know things, not believe things, not have faith in things, to know it. And if you don't know it, it goes into your consideration file, and you should have the discipline to leave it there until you get facts. Just because you trust someone on their word doesn't equal fact, and move it along into the knowledge file. Be an adult. So that's what I often get all the time. People are just looking at the minutiae going, what about this? What about that? Look, no matter what you learn about history, about anything, your priority one is becoming a spiritual adult, an emotional adult, an intellectual adult. That's priority one. The reason why we have a hell world out there and stupid kids is because they don't see that as a priority, and they're dumb. They're not intellectual adults, they're not emotional adults, they're not spiritual adults, and then they're big finger quotes raising kids that aren't raised by them, maybe luckily, maybe not, but instead they're raised by the state. Then who do they allow to become the heads of these institutions of false authority that include educational systems through different governments? Who's at the head of them? Usually a Satanist rat. That's who's raising people's kids right now, if not YouTube and TikTok, with these absentee parents all over the place, behaving like dumb animals and dumb children. You wonder why the world is the way it is. So that's priority one. It's time to understand your priorities. It is not family first. It is God the Father's truth and law first. Your spiritual responsibility first, family second. If you can't define right and wrong, innocence and violence and self-defensive force, if you can't define those very definitive terms that don't include perception, they don't include perspective, they don't include culture, they don't include widely accepted viewpoints or opinions, it simply is measured fact, the definitions for those words. If you can't define those things to your kids, you shouldn't be a parent. But back to my original premise, you're going to learn a bunch of stuff that is different than what you've been taught for hundreds of years here, because people have been taught wrong. Very specifically, they've been taught wrong as far as Cataclysm goes, that there was such thing as an ice age. No, there wasn't. Now we have cartoons teaching our kids that there was an ice age, when there wasn't. There was a water age with icy moments, but no ice age. And likewise, we're going to learn stuff in the Bible that people have been taught wrong again. They take allegory literally. They take allegory, myth, and legend built around our honored teacher Jesus the Nazarene very literally, and they should not. They think that God the Father is mad at people, has favorites, like favorite races. No, God is not a racist. Or favorite chosen children. No, we're all God's children. It's your duty to become anointed. That's priority one. So no matter what we learn about history, no matter what we learn about the Bible, no matter what we learn what the Elohim were, what they weren't, whatever, doesn't matter. Your responsibility remains the same. none of that changes. You still have to be anointed to be a Christian, and it's not given to you by someone else. You do it yourself. You are the master of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. You behave with care, nonviolence, and self-defense. That is being a Christian. That is accepting Christ, taking up 777, putting down 666, beast consciousness, animal nature in yourself. You've taken control, and you're a proper representative of our Father, experiencing and expressing for him in this beautiful reality of his. That's the whole point. So after the Cataclysm, we have Noah surviving, right? Possibly helped out by whatever the Elohim were. Noah never translated to God in the singular. It means judges. Look, Christian warriors, before we get into objective Bible study, you're going to need the best Bible, which in my opinion is the KJV versus the NLT on the same page, the King James Version versus the New Living Translation. That's just my favorite Bible. I do love this book, that's why I teach it, full of history and mystery to unwind from its pages, but I don't take this stuff literally, Christian warriors, without archaeological or anthropological physical evidence behind it. That's what you need. Be an adult. Because we don't have that stuff, we don't have any bones, we don't even know if Moses and Joseph were even real people. I do consider that Jesus, the Nazarene, was a real person because in the modern day there's a group called the Desposini that claim bloodline descendants, and they have records a lot better than what we have in the public, that they trace all the way back to King David, and of course Jesus was said to have been of that family line. So that's why I consider that Jesus was a real guy, but we don't have bones for all the other characters in the Bible. So you have to keep it in your consideration file, and guess what? Whether those people existed or not does not impact your spiritual responsibility to become a Christian and to stay there, to be one forever. So get your King James Version versus the New Living Translation, even though the King James mistranslation infected all of the other translations afterward. But it's still a good Bible to have. However, for objective Bible study, you're going to need the original Hebrew, set beside plain old English. A lot of people say, no, you need to learn it from these people that speak it. Look, Old Block Hebrew is way different, coming from Phoenician, so they don't even know what they're talking about. I don't care about centuries-old rabbinical fan fiction. I don't care about centuries-old popular usage changing the definitions of words, which is why you need the original Hebrew, set beside plain old English, for the Old Testament, the Tanakh, and you need the original Greek, set beside plain old English, for the New Testament, because it ain't up to perspective or perception or interpretation or listening to the priest class trying to beat you over the head with their version of things. It's about simply reading what's on the page. It says what it says. Not about anyone's opinion, it says what it says. So, back to Elohim, not ever meaning God in the singular. Yes, I understand there's tenses that have to do with Elohim and Eloah being female and male tenses, but that doesn't matter. It may matter in some instances, but it doesn't matter in this instance, which I am about to tell you. It means divine judges or just judges. Go look at Exodus 22, 8 through 9, and you can see that Elohim, no, I don't say Elohim, just like I don't say Misha. I say Messiah because I'm an American. I say Elohim because I'm an American. But in Exodus 22, 8 through 9, it takes that word, which is always mistranslated to the singular God before Exodus 22, 8 through 9, and after Exodus 22, 8 through 9. But you can see it translated straight across as judges, because that's what it means. So Noah survives the cataclysm that added water in the allegory. He has 3 sons, Shem, Japheth, Ham, and they're all Caucasian. Semitic line Caucasians, that's why people who claim to be part of this Jewish race, they look white, because they are white. They're Caucasian. I was sitting with this lady the other day, and I was telling her about what we know tracing haplogroups in modern anthropology, what we know about Ashkenazi Jews that think that they're their own race, their own ethnicity, and how their haplogroups look very similar to people in Italy, mostly southern Italy, Mediterranean area people. And they're white people. They're not brown, they're not black, they're not sub-Saharan African haplogroups, they're white people. Very roughly speaking, thinking. Look, God the Father doesn't care if you're white, black, brown, yellow, whatever. He doesn't care. We're all God's children. But there's people out there that want to take the Bible literally, and if they do, then they're going to have to understand a few things. If Shem equals Semitic line Caucasian, if Japheth means Japhetic line Caucasian, not Asian, and if Ham is the father of Hamitic line Caucasians, not black people, Hamitic line Caucasians, white people, would be your Hyksos rulers that controlled northern Egypt. In the old days it was called Chem or Kemet, where we get our word for chemical. But those are all Caucasians because those are survivors of the first Cataclysm. They were already a seafaring group of people, so they were responsible for reintroducing the old tech, like bronze smithing, for example, and the old knowledge to those people thrown into tribalism after and in between the two cataclysms. They were also merchant lords. Their histories go way back into the age of Taurus that people barely ever learn anything from because everyone's so fixated on the age of Aries and the age of Pisces, which we're in right now. Go see past sermons if you don't understand this stuff. So since Noah was a Caucasian, they're named Caucasians because they crash landed around the Caucasus Black Sea area. Caucasians, get it, white people? Not that white people are special. God the Father loves all of his children. Just how the cards fell in these allegories. But they're the ones that reintroduced the old tech and the old knowledge. So if Noah is the great-great-great-whatever grandfather of Abraham, father of all Abrahamic religions, including Islam and Judaism, then that would mean that this Jewish race is a bunch of white people. And that would mean that when you make the silly statement of God's people, his chosen people are the Jewish race, it's essentially saying that God has chosen white people, which is incorrect. And God the Father doesn't choose races over another. He doesn't choose the Israelite people just because it says so in their national identity. You're gonna have to grow up. This book that everyone thinks is a magical item was written by human beings, and Christianity came before this book was written down. Not my opinion. In our archaeological record. It's just that people don't want to view any of the evidence. They say, no, I was taught a certain way and that's where I'm staying. Then you'll never be a spiritual adult, and you'll always be confused. Look, if you're carrying water for exoteric followers of Judaism in the modern day, and especially if you're carrying water for the corrupt government of Israel in the modern day, no, that doesn't mean that I support the Hamas scumbag terrorists. No, it doesn't mean that I support the scumbag Islamic regime, which, by the way, Christian warriors, I had some guy who I was walking through to tie him into a knot, essentially, with his lack of logic that he has on all of his viewpoints regarding Iran. I asked him, do you think that Mossad, which is Israel's CIA, were instrumental in setting up the Shah in Iran way back in 1979 to create a boogeyman for them to constantly build up and expand their territory? That is, trying to reach greater Israel and build up their military in the face of all of the Islamic supposed boogeymen in the area like Iran. Do you think that Mossad was part of that? And he said yes. And then I asked him, why do you think that they are helping to dismantle their own plan right now? There are so many anomalies in people's thinking, and the only answer is DevCOG. Go look into it, learn what it is. As the posts say, Israel will be last. We're going for high technology world peace here. That means that no one is going to be the lapdog of Israel any longer. The corrupt government of Israel. No, I'm not saying the people. The people are fine. But you're going to have to understand some stuff about Sabbatean Frankist cult members thinking that they are the true Judaism, trying to take over all of Judaism. Go see past sermons. They're the ones that came up with the notion of an atheist Jewish race back in the late 1800s. Go see past sermons. This is not my opinion. There ain't no such thing as any Jewish race. Judaism is not an ethnicity, it is an exoteric religion. Yes, you can inbreed yourself into your own ethnicity, but that's not what we're talking about here. But if you're carrying water for exoteric followers of Judaism or people who claim the Jewish race or whatever, they don't care about Jesus. They don't care about your taking literally all the myth, allegory, and legend built around Jesus the Nazarene. They don't care about that. They don't care about the New Testament. They see Jesus as a nuisance, someone who did away with the old covenants, the old Jewish holidays, and they're not happy about that, but they love having a bunch of lapdogs. They love everyone white knighting for them out of the modern Christian communities, all 45,000 plus denominations, and saying this, me saying it, does not mean that I am anti-Semitic. My haplogroups would make me part of this Jewish race. So I am telling you that it is not anything different than any other Caucasian. And I was telling this girl that was sitting in front of me this stuff, and she says, no, that's not true. We're not white. And I'm looking at her in disbelief going, you think you're not white? So clearly a white girl sitting in front of me. It's like that one time where Ben Shapiro had a black girl on, and he was trying to deny that he was a white person. And the black girl was just looking at him saying, what are you talking about? Anyways, go tell that stuff to a white power moron who is conflating and confusing Sabbatean Frankist cult members, which are Satanists, with all the followers of Judaism out there. I stand with every Hasidic Jew against these Sabbatean Frankist cult members trying to take over all of Judaism. At least those Hasidic Jews, those pious Jews, not ethnic Jews, they're followers of Judaism, at least they've wised up a bit to recognize Sabbatean Frankists for what they are. That would be the people that made popular the Zionist political nationalism. Those people who talk about Zionism, they don't know anything unless they know about Sabbatean Frankists. So if there's any such thing as a Jewish race, then all the white people on the planet are part of this race, which is only 17% or something like this. It's not a huge portion of the planet that are even white. And again, God the Father doesn't choose races as special. He loves all of his children. He loves you, Christian warriors. She also said, oh, well, I'm Jewish, but I'm not a follower of Judaism. That whole idea of there being such thing as an atheist Jew was created by Sabbatean Frankists in the late 1800s AD. I'm talking about recent stuff here. It's all very recent. So that lady doesn't understand that there's no such thing as a Jewish race. That guy who's critical of the moves being done by DevCOG team in Iran right now, he doesn't understand the conflict between what a Persian is and what an Arab is, that the majority of them are Caucasians, basically. They're just white people. A lot of them are. And that even Iran, they changed their name from Persia to Iran because Iran means land of the Aryans. So go tell that to a white power moron and watch his head explode. But anyway, that's why we do Cataclysm right before we study the Bible in objective Bible study, because the Pentateuch has everything to do with those survivors, redistributing the old tech and the old knowledge. Part of that old technology that they are redistributing after and in between these two devastating cataclysms is learning how to forge bronze. Yahweh in the ancient day was depicted with the symbol of the bronze serpent, usually on top of a staros. If you go a couple sermons back, you'll see a picture I used for the sermon of the serpent on the staros. That's a capital T-shaped object. And for all of those emailing modern Christians who catch these sermons and can't wrap their heads, their little noodles, around ancient Christianity, it never says cross in the New Testament. In the Greek it says staros, and that is not a cross-shaped object, it is a capital T-shaped object. So all of your ideas about people being crucified on crosses, they are wrong. Go see past sermons, go read the book, or Return to Ancient Christianity. Your ideas of history are garbled. They're nonsense. You've been taught wrong. You've already received the false doctrines. And no, I am not a prophet, so quit emailing me with this false prophet accusation. I am just a teacher. I'm not a prophet. I'm not giving any insider information or anything like this. I'm just telling you what we have proof of. I'm also telling you what ancient Christianity is and what your spiritual responsibility is to do. To become anointed. Not just for superhumans and sons of God. It's for you. So back to Yahweh. What do we know about Yahweh? It was a Canaanite god. A forge god, volcano god with attributes very similar to Hephaestus and Vulcan. That's what Yahweh was. The word Yahweh is like the explosive force, the onomatopoeia. What comes out of a volcano, the sex act. Go see past sermons. Yahweh does not equal God the Father. Yahweh is an idea, God the Father is real. We do objective Bible study because people keep slapping the cover of the Bible saying the Bible says, and they've never read what's in there. I just saw this right-wing pundit that I listen to for certain information laughing about that group of fake modern Christians that were worried about the rise of white Christian nationalism, and they put out their little paper, and he's going on a rant saying they don't know anything about Christianity or the Bible. And I guarantee that person making that claim, that pundit, has never read the Bible cover to cover, and I know for a fact he does not understand what Christianity is. So he should shut his mouth, because he doesn't know anything about it either. People slapping the cover of the Bible have never read the Bible cover to cover, and if they have, they've tried to stumble their way through the King James Version, which is mostly mistranslated, not understanding a lick of it. And if they haven't done that, they've read through the New Living Translation, and like I said earlier, all the translations are based on the KJV. So if you have one mistranslation way in the front there in the KJV, then you'll have it all the way through, and we're going to get into one of those today that is completely perverted and obscured everyone's idea of God the Father. Ever since this mistranslated version hit the page, it's been propagated, and everyone's off to the races in their ignorance, and it's really unfortunate. So we have to understand that the Bible is not a magical item out of Dungeons and Dragons and Middle-earth or whatever dumb thing that you've been taught. Get your programming out of your head, the trash out of your head. There ain't no such thing as magical items. You're gonna have to be an adult. Yes, there's such thing as haunted objects, whatever. Go read the book Return to Ancient Christianity. However, magical items don't exist. So, if you've seen the Book of Eli, the movie, yeah, it's a cool movie, but that's a stupid premise. You can't take that into your real life. They think that the Bible is immaculate, which means divinely clean, and they think it's the inspired, meaning that God the Father told someone to write it down, Word of God. And I'm telling you that it is not immaculate, nor is it inspired, because it has stuff in there that God the Father does not condone. Our Father does not condone racism, like choosing a special race. He does not condone sexism, like holding men higher than women or vice versa. We are to work together. There ain't no sexism that God the Father condones, nor racism. He does not condone slavery, which is condoned by Yahweh in the Bible a bunch of times. He does not condone authoritarianism or violence, which is condoned by Yahweh a bunch of times in the Bible. Yahweh is an idea, a forge god, volcano god, a Canaanite god, adopted by the Israelites, the Midianites, the Edomites. But it is not the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. Our Father does not have a torture chamber ready to burn you in a lake of fire or any stupid garbage you've been taught. While you're worried about that, you're allowing the outside world, this beautiful paradise planet, to become a hell world. Because you've been so duped by the priest class of Judaism and Catholicism and the Church of England. So duped. And then further duped by all these modern Christian factions, all 45,000 plus denominations. All of them wrong. There are dozens of parts of the Bible that are not inspired, nor are they immaculate, that have Yahweh directly condoning slavery. And God the Father doesn't condone slavery. You can't own other people. It's against God's law. I always point at Leviticus 25:44 because it's inarguable. You can't say immaculate and inspired and then look at that and say, yep, that's immaculate, that's inspired by God. It says, well, rather Yahweh, having words put into his mouth by the priest class of exoteric Judaism back around 500 BC, is saying, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. That's Yahweh talking. Often conflated and confused with our Father. And God the Father doesn't condone slavery. Yahweh does. That means Yahweh and God are not the same thing. So if you bristle at that, not only are you not a Christian, because you're not the emotional master, and you refuse to give up a lie that's been told to you. That means that you're not the intellectual master either. Look, if any of this is bristling you and is triggering you, run along, child. There will be no profanity in this ecclesia. And if there's any flat earthers out there, go away. Stop emailing me. There ain't no flat earth in the Bible. We covered Genesis. Go review. You know why flat earth stupidity has attached itself so easily to modern Christian circles? They already believe fantasy. What's one more? Fantasy is the opposite of God's truth. Fantasy is what got us at hell world out there. Fantasy, belief in it, is what got us at hell world. It's not what's going to fix it. So if you're thinking TPUSA is making huge steps in fixing the planet, wrong. It's going to make make it worse, because it's teaching more stupid fantasy, and you're not supposed to take the child's view of Christianity into your adult years. You're supposed to grow up and learn adult Christianity. That's what I'm here to help you do. So flat earthers, go away! Dumb children, go away! Dumb animals, go away! This is for people who want adult Christianity. If that group is very, very small, oh well. I'm not doing this for money or popularity. This will help you. If you can't see that it will help you, then enjoy your confusion and enjoy your fear and enjoy all the other stuff that you will bring into this hell world, making it worse and worse and worse because you refuse to understand your spiritual responsibility, and you refuse to identify Satanists for what they are, and you refuse to stop those Satanists. You want cowardice, you want ignorance, you want apathy, you want carelessness, you want immorality, you want confusion, you want fear, and that's all the opposite of what a real Christian is. We don't accept those things. Our courage is stronger, our knowledge is put together correctly, we have discipline in our thoughts and our emotions, we can identify Satanists, and we can do something about it. So to all the regular congregation that made it through all of that intro to Objective Bible Study, welcome. You know I love and appreciate you. I don't take any of you for granted. This digital ecclesia must grow, so help by teaching your kids properly. Teach whoever you can reach. If people are disenchanted with modern Christianity, I can help. There is an adult Christianity, and it's far older than Judaism. If you want to understand what's going on in the world right now, I can help there as well. You're just going to have to get all the stupid garbage out of your head. I have people at my Hell World job asking, if you don't like teaching, why do you do it? And I can't impress upon them that I was told to do it, and that if I'm not going to do it, who will? I'm not patting myself on the back saying, oh, I'm so magnanimous and good. I'm not patting myself on the back saying, oh, I'm so smart, and I got it all together, and I'm just so much better than everyone. I'm not doing any of that. It actually makes me sad to see how messed up people are. I'm doing this because I want to help you. And you know what I get for my efforts? You should see my emails. They don't really bother me. They make me laugh, but it's the opposite of popularity, just for anyone who's wondering. It's more the same ignorance over and over again. It's really people repeating the mantras, repeating the program, running that program flawlessly, installed upon their hard drives by Satanist rats. But I don't do any patting myself on the back. I don't do this to help me. I do it to help you. It's actually to my detriment that I do any of God's work. I ain't like those pastors with big mansions, extending their comfort levels past 100%. I'm sure there's better uses for those resources, fellas. I ain't one of those people, so you go ahead and believe the charlatan with the big mansion if you want to, or you can take the truth from me. One is going to help you. The other is going to build a hell world out there and propagate it forever and ever. More fantasy piled on top of fantasy. Satanists love that. More utter lack of mastery, self-mastery. Satanists love that because they want to master you, and they have. They steer you around effortlessly. If you want it to change, then I can help. So, as is traditional for our sermons, we're going to let the KJV buddy, the King James Version buddy, go through the these and thous of Deuteronomy 4 today. We're almost through the whole Pentateuch. If you want to start at the very beginning of the Bible, go to the sermon labeled The Pentateuch and Source Criticism, start there, and move your way forward. But we're on Deuteronomy 4. Let's let the KJV buddy do the these and the thous of Old English. I know it's tedious for most people to study the Bible. They don't love it as much as I do. But afterward, we're going to do the deep dive of the New Living Translation. Really, through Deuteronomy, so far, we've just had a recap of everything we've learned from Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers mostly. Go see past sermons. So Deuteronomy 4, take it away, KJV buddy.
Chapter 4. Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live, and go in, and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did, because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely This great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous, as all this law, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, Gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near, and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude, only ye heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest corrupt yourselves, and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, and the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them, and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord hath taken you, and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and sware that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over Jordan, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. When thou shalt beget children, and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed, and the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him, if thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shalt be obedient unto his voice, for the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven unto the other, whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or hath been heard like it. Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard, and live? Or hath God essayed to go and take in a nation from the midst of another nation, by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? Unto thee it was showed, that thou mightest know that the Lord he is God, there is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee, and upon earth he showed thee his great fire, and thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought thee out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord he is God in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath there is none else. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever.
Then Moses severed 3 cities on this side Jordan toward the sunrising, that the slayer might flee thither, which should kill his neighbor unawares, and hated him not in times past, and that fleeing unto one of these cities he might live, namely Bezer in the wilderness in the plain country of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead of the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan of the Manassites. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt, on this side Jordan, in a valley over against Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel smote after they were come forth out of Egypt. And they possessed his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, which were on this side of Jordan toward the sunrising, from Aror, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, even unto Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the plain on this side of Jordan eastward, even unto the sea of the plain, unto the springs of Pisgah.
Thank you, KJV buddy. That was it was a recap, and there were no spiritual teachings in there whatsoever. That's why you don't skip through the basics, don't skip through the odds and the ends. Those are always going to be the spiritual teachings every single week. They don't change. But this week we're going to go through the chapter of Deuteronomy 4, because there's little doodads in there that need some extrapolation. Plus we had a short Cataclysm chapter, and here we go. Deuteronomy 4. And now, Israel, listen carefully to these decrees and regulations that I am about to teach you. This is Moses talking. Obey them so that you may live, so you may enter and occupy the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, is giving you. So, in Deuteronomy 4:1, there are a ton of mistranslations. First of all, Lord does not translate from the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is YHVH, YHWH. The priest class whipped up all the common folk into a frenzy, saying that Yahweh, the forge god, volcano god, often confused and conflated with our Father, the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, very different. One's an idea, one is real. Anyway, Yahweh would get mad at people if you said his name, so they tried to find a workaround. So they did just the Tetragrammaton, the consonants, and you breathe life into the word with the vowels. That way God won't be mad at you for saying his name. Makes sense, right? And then later on, in the 1530s AD, William Tyndale, he brought a translation to the common folk, sidestepping the priest class of the Dark Ages, and he created Jehovah by adding the vowels of Adonai to the Tetragrammaton. Really, the Hebrew word Adonai translates to Lord, so that's the first mistranslation here. What it says there is the Tetragrammaton, YHVH, YHWH, or sometimes it'll say Jehovah, but in reality, Jehovah didn't exist all the way back when these myths and allegories and legends were being conceptualized and written down. Jehovah is actually pretty new and was created around the 1530s AD, again by William Tyndale, a man who was burned at the stake, murdered by the priest class of Catholicism for daring to sidestep their authority. Those are Satanist rats for you right there. So even though in my book, A Return to Ancient Christianity, I interchange Yahweh and Jehovah, often speaking about the same person or group, like most people do, really, Jehovah didn't exist all the way back then. Also, I do consider that there was some physical interaction when these myths, legends, allegories were being conceptualized, way back somewhere around 2150 BC, possibly maybe, and even earlier than that, and there were some edits after that. But I do consider that there was some physical interaction between the Elohim, whatever they were, doesn't really matter, your spiritual responsibility remains the same, and the Israelites, which were an offshoot of the Canaanites. They came from Canaanites. Group of Caucasians, the Israelites. Also, in Deuteronomy 4:1, it says, the God of your ancestors. Again, it's mistranslating Elohim, like I was saying before, it translates to judges. This mistranslates Elohim into the singular God, and I don't care about rabbinical fan fiction, and I don't care about popular usage changing the definitions of words, even if that change happened hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I don't care. It says what it says. So really it says, enter and occupy the land that Yahweh, one of the Elohim of your ancestors, is giving you. Also, keep in mind that all of this was compiled, censored, and edited by the priest class of exoteric Judaism when they were coming back into the Levant area from their shameful exile in Babylon. That's where they picked up ancient Christianity, did not understand it, and sloppily interred it into their national identity, which became the Torah, or the Pentateuch, or the Old Testament as people know it. That's all the same 5 books of the Bible. Pentateuch, Torah, Old Testament, all the same stuff. And remember, there's also a Samaritan Pentateuch, which is pretty different than the Torah. You'd understand what I mean if you went and saw past sermons. Please go review. So anyway, when they came back from their shameful exile, Israel, they put in deeds of ownership over certain areas of land, and that's not legitimate whatsoever. And I don't care what you've been taught, leave your programming at the door. There's people fighting wars right now in the modern day saying, see, this book says this right here, this is our land. And it didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now. You don't give yourself deeds of ownership, it doesn't matter. You know why everyone fights over that little stretch of land there? It's because it's a hub between all of those continents. It's a trading hub. That's why people wanted it. That's why wars are fought over it. Even in the ancient times, there was a war, for your consideration, that caused the second Cataclysm, where they were using nukes. That little hub, the Levant area, is the passageway for Asia, Europe, and Africa trade. That's why people want that stretch of land. So, of course, when you're coming back from exile, you say, ooh, that's ours. What's written in 500 BC does not constitute a deed of ownership, especially when you got kicked out of there by the Persians, other Caucasians, around 720 BC. And a lot of people bristle at that and they gasp and they say, wow, how can he be a Christian? Because Christianity is older than Judaism. Christianity has nothing to do with Judaism. I know what everyone's been taught. They were taught the slogan that was invented just 150 years ago of Judeo-Christian, when it's absolutely a garbage slogan. It's the other way around. Christianity came first, and it's provable now in the modern day in archaeology. So this is really driving home this supposed deed of ownership over this land. What's even funnier is that because the Israelites, just like the Midianites, the Edomites, the Scythians, the Hittites, the Amorites, all these Caucasian groups came from Canaanites. It was the crash-landed Caucasians that were spreading around the old tech and the old knowledge after that first cataclysm. They were already in the area. No, I'm not talking about the modern ethnicities of all the mixing of haplogroups in the modern day of the Middle East. I'm talking about the ancient Middle East and the white people that were there mixing in with the local ethnicities, both with their haplogroups and with their cultures and their religions and all sorts of stuff. So please understand, or if you don't, just run along, child. I don't know if I can help you. You can't think critically. You let your ego do the big finger quotes thinking for you, and you can run along, child. So it says in Deuteronomy 4:2, let's move on. Moses continues on, do not add to or subtract from these commands I am giving you. Whoops, that's exactly what Jesus the Nazarene did in the allegories that make up the New Testament. This is why I don't understand why modern Christians carry water for exoteric, that means outer teachings, followers of modern Judaism in the modern day. Because the exoteric followers of Judaism in the modern day, they don't like Christians because of Deuteronomy 4:2. They see Jesus the Nazarene as doing exactly what Moses said not to do in Deuteronomy 4:2. Moses says, do not add to or subtract from these commands I am giving you, which is exactly what Jesus Nazarene did. That's why they don't care about Christians. They don't care about the New Testament. They don't care about Jesus. And I don't care what you've been taught. Leave your programming at the door. Moses continues, just obey the commands of the Lord, your God. Again, that's Yahweh, one of the Elohim that I am giving you. Deuteronomy 4:3, you saw for yourself what the Lord, Yahweh, did to you at Baal Peor. Again, this is a huge turning point for the Israelites, trying to get away from the older, more satanic Canaanite religions and rituals that involved incest and rampant sexual promiscuity above and beyond just making decisions for yourself who you want to have sex with. This is outside of that and into the realms of incest and child abuse. That's what happened at Baal Peor. Please see past sermons on what Baal is, what Baal Peor is. Peor also means gap, so it could be a dip in the mountains where they decided to worship Baal Peor, the Lord of the Gap, the Lord of the Hole. Go see past sermons for all that. You can see Baal Peor sitting on a toilet, which was the Catholic fan fiction of Baal Peor in the Dark Ages. It's on one of the sermon thumbnails in the past. Go review. There, the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, destroyed everyone who had worshipped Baal, the god of Peor. And it doesn't say that at all in the Hebrew. It doesn't say the God of Peor, the Lord of the Gap. All that's added in there. So really this reads from the Hebrew, you saw for yourself what the Lord did to you at Baal Peor. There the Lord your God destroyed everyone who worshipped Baal Peor. But all of you who are faithful to the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, are still alive today, every one of you. Again, please see past sermons on Baal Peor. It is important to understand because it's actually part of a blood feud that's happening in the modern day against Sabbatean Frankists, the cult members that think that they are the real Judaism, and the followers of Judaism. There's one group who thinks they're the real thing, and they want to take over all of Judaism. You have to understand this. If you don't understand Sabbatean Frankism, which is a satanic cult, you don't understand Zionism, you don't understand the conflicts in the modern day regarding the nation of Israel, the fiefdom of House Bauer, which sits in Tel Aviv. You don't understand any symbolic moves to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. You don't understand any of that unless you understand this old blood feud. And I'm not going to repeat it here. Go see past sermons. Again, this is mostly recapping. Deuteronomy 4:5, Moses continues, Look, I now teach you these decrees and regulations, just as the Lord my God, again, they're using Yahweh, one of the Elohim, over and over again. This is a departure from all of the rest of what we've learned. They're laying it on thick here. Yahweh is one of the Elohim. Yahweh is one of many Elohim. Yes, I do consider there was physical interactions between physical people, but that's just a consideration. We don't have enough evidence, but there is a bunch of hints there. The Israelites are constantly saying he's the living God. He's right there in front of you. He's interacting with you, and that's why it's crazy and important, and we got to remember this stuff, so we put it in our history. So Deuteronomy 4:5 just reiterates what we've just read. Just as the Lord my God commanded me, so that you may obey them in the land you are about to enter and occupy. Obey them completely, and you will display your wisdom and intelligence among the surrounding nations. Now, if you were the priest class of the exoteric followers of Judaism returning from your shameful exile in Babylon, wouldn't you put something like Deuteronomy 4:6 in there? Obey these commands and decrees and regulations, so you will display your wisdom and intelligence among the surrounding nations. Just stroking that ego. When they hear all these decrees, they will exclaim, how wise and prudent are the people of this great nation. That really speaks to the ego, doesn't it? Because you gotta build morale when you're building your national identity out of the Pentateuch and you're just coming back from your exile after you've been punched in the face by Nebuchadnezzar and freed by Cyrus the Great. Before, you were this nation that had some sort of connection that allowed you higher technology to win a bunch of wars in the past, and then you get trounced. So morale is low, you gotta build people up. This is what Deuteronomy 4:6 is all about. The priest class is doing this just like Hitler did it when Germany was part of the losers of the First World War. This building up of the national morale was happening right before the SS got started. That became the Nazi Socialist Party. And people try and say that this is mirroring what's happening in the United States of America during what I know as DevCOG, and I'd say that you have to understand there will always be similarities between things, but it doesn't equal repetition. Nationalism will always happen in nations. It's just part of what happens in a nation. If you have a bunch of people acting like dumb children and dumb animals, and all they can do is come together under a flag because they don't understand adult spirituality and they don't understand that we're all brothers and sisters, you're always going to get nationalism. Just because that's the similarity doesn't mean it's always going to end up in the same place. However, like I've warned before, people in the MAGA community, Make America Great, yeah, I understand. I live here. I want to make it great. Not at the expense of other people, but that's fine. What other place would we make great? We live here. However, the Satanists and the upper echelons that go underground during little tiny uprisings and little mess-ups in their control scheme, I have a feeling that they consider DevCOG to be a minor inconvenience because they think that they can go underground and resurface and retake control. They did so before when Andrew Jackson kicked them out, and they came back around 1910 with the Federal Reserve Act. So they've done it before. before. Just in case they try that nonsense again, even though if everyone took up ancient Christianity and mastered themselves, they wouldn't have a chance in the future. But because I know that's unlikely, everyone's egos and poor satanic conditioning is in the way, what they're likely to do is come back and try and take over MAGA, because it's nationalism and it's easy to steer people around with it. Be careful, MAGA. Anyways, back to Deuteronomy, and by the way, this portion of Deuteronomy is repeated. We have a copy of it in the Nash Papyrus, which was discovered in Egypt. Modern day it's called Egypt, and it's dated to around 150 BC. That means that this is a copy and it's hundreds of years after the fact. After all of them got together, all the priest class of exoteric Judaism got together in 500 BC, around that point, wrote down their national identity, we have a surviving copy of this portion of Deuteronomy in the Nash Papyrus. This would predate the Masoretic text by several centuries, of course, so that's just for those Christian warriors moonlighting as Christian scholars, a little extra stuff to look up for yourself. Just keep in mind that our earliest copy of what we're reading right now is 350 years at least after the fact. It's a copy. Who knows how many scribes got it wrong since then? Who knows how the myths and legends change over 350 years? So the ego stroking continues. Deuteronomy 4:7, for what great nation has a God as near to them as the Lord our God? And that's Elohim again, one of the judges, does not translate to the singular God, as is mistranslated here. Lord is mistranslated from Yahweh. But think of how curious that sentence is. For what great nation has a God as near to them as the Lord our God is near to us whenever we call on him? It is certainly implying that they're looking back to a past where there was physical interaction between one of the Elohim, or a bunch of them, and the Israeli people, which were formerly Canaanites. And what great nation has decrees and regulations as righteous and fair as this body of instructions that I am giving you today? Moses asks. By the way, Christian warriors, that white girl that was sitting in front of me who was saying nuh-uh to haplogroup studies and modern anthropology, she also didn't think that Israelites came from Canaanites. So they are already from the land that they're giving themselves. But I ain't just making it up. They found bronze smithing areas in the Levant area with Caucasians. We got the bones. We got the haplogroups. We're looking at them. I ain't making it up, but she was sitting there nuh-uhing. It's because her family is likely true believers in their fantasy of the existence of a Jewish race that's atheist, because that's how she was taught. Deuteronomy 4:9, but watch out, be careful, never to forget what you yourself have seen. Again, none of them have seen anything. They just passed down a bunch of allegories, myths, and legends that were likely thousands of years old and have changed a lot since then. But it keeps repeating over and over again this probable physical interaction between them and whatever the Elohim were. Someone who came along and had fantastic tech, where they look at it, these Caucasian desert tribesmen, and they said, wow, look at that technology. That must be Yahweh, the Forge God. Only he could build this. And they said, yeah, sure, we're Yahweh. Now give us some barbecue. And try not to get into too much trouble. Here are some decrees. Just go see past sermons. Moses continues, do not let these memories escape from your mind as long as you live, and be sure to pass them on to your children and grandchildren. Never forget the day that you stood before the Lord, your God, at Mount Sinai. Whoops, it says Mount Horeb there. So really that says, never forget the day you stood before, again, physical interaction, Yahweh, one of the Elohim, at Mount Horeb. That is the mountain of the sun, different than the mountain of the moon. Go see past sermons. Mount Sinai is the mountain of the moon, and it's not that mountain way down in the Arabian Peninsula that Constantine and his mom thought was Mount Sinai. I don't care what they think. I don't care about Constantine and his mom and whatever stupid thing they thought. That ain't Mount Sinai. I contend, go see past sermons, that Mount Karkum is Mount Sinai and Mount Harif is likely Mount Horeb. Two different mountains, not one mountain. These are two different traditions getting mashed together by the exoteric priest class around 500 BC, writing their national identity. You can see their fingerprints all over this. We're talking censorship, editing, squishing myths together, making it all read somewhat in a linear fashion, even though they have little mistakes here and there that we've gone through already in Objective Bible Study, like how Jacob got his name changed to Israel. There's different stories for that, or there's different creation myths in Genesis. Go see past sermons. But it says Mount Horeb there, not Mount Sinai, and I don't care what you've been taught, and it's not up to interpretation. It says what it says. It says Mount Horeb there, because it's a different tradition. Where he told me, summon the people before me, and I will personally instruct them. Then they will learn to fear me. Oops, doesn't say fear there. As long as they live, and they will teach their children to fear me also. This is the hugest problem with exoteric Judaism and exoteric modern Christianity and Catholicism, being part of that modern Christianity, is the mistranslation of the word Yahweh here. It does not say, summon them before me, then they will learn to fear me. It doesn't say that. Yahweh also means reverence, to revere. In this context, reverence is a feeling of profound awe and respect, and often love, to honor. That is the synonym of reverence, not fear. Yes, Yahweh can also mean fear, but it does not mean that here. Fear does not equal reverence. Fear is not the same as love. That is the opposite. Go back to the basics and the odds and the ends if you don't understand. Fear is the opposite of love. Right here, they're saying reverence, feeling a profound awe and respect, often love, honor, showing respect. That's what reverence means. That's what Yahweh means here. It does not mean fear. So people think that they got to sit there and cower before our Father and beg and grovel. You think your Father wants begging, groveling children and dumb slaves and dumb animals? You think he wants that? He wants his children to be warriors. So this actually reads, then they will learn to revere me as long as they live, and they will teach their children to revere me also, to show respect, to show love, not fear. Christian warriors, to the regular congregation, you know what fear is. Fear is one of the aspects of Satan, the adversarial force. Not the same as revere, Yahweh. So when you're talking to a modern exoteric follower of Judaism or a modern exoteric Christian, Catholic, whatever, and they say, you have to fear the Lord, you know that you're talking to someone running the program and they don't know anything about what religion they profess. Let's keep going. You came near and stood at the foot of the mountain while flames from the mountain shot into the sky. Go see past sermons. The mountain was shrouded in black clouds and deep darkness. Ooh, there's more flavor given to it in Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Go see past sermons. And the Lord, Yahweh, spoke to you from the heart of the fire. You heard the sound of his words but didn't see his form. There was only a voice. He proclaimed his covenant, the 10 Commandments, but it doesn't say that, Christian warriors, in Judaism. It doesn't say the 10 Commandments here in Deuteronomy 4:13. It says he proclaimed his covenant, the 10 words, which he commanded you to keep and which he wrote on 2 stone tablets. It was at that time that the Lord Yahweh commanded me to teach you his decrees and regulations, so you would obey them in the land you are about to enter and occupy. Now the term the 10 words is different than the 10 Commandments, because they are statements or utterances, not necessarily commandments in the strict sense. So when you say the 10 words, as it says here in Deuteronomy, it's emphasizing that these are divine statements or declarations, which aren't all direct imperatives like commandments. So for example, the opening statement, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, and it doesn't say Egypt, it says Mitzrayim, descendants of Ham, Hamitic line Caucasians, like Ramses II, we have his mummy. He's a white guy with red hair. That's when the Canaanites came down with their superior tech and knowledge and started conquering northern Egypt. Hyksos rulers. Not all of them were those guys. I'm looking at you, Nefertiti and King Tut. I don't know where they came from. Probably off-world. But doesn't matter. Your spiritual responsibility remains the same. Anyways, these are called the 10 words
because they are divine statements as far as exoteric Judaism goes, and not really commandments. So that first statement, I am the Lord your God, or rather I am Yahweh, one of the Elohim, who brought you out of the land of the Mitzrayim, not Egypt. Egypt back then was named Kem or Kemet. This is treated as the first word in exoteric Judaism. So not all of them are commands. Some of them are, like don't have other idols or other Elohim before you, as if he's one of many. That would be a commandment. Another one, honoring your parents for no good reason. Some of our parents are crackheads. There's really no nuance here. Look, if you want a full breakdown of the Ten Commandments and how they match up to ancient Christianity and what God's law actually is, go read the book, A Return to Ancient Christianity, or I read it to you for free. That link from the website, PastorCliftonMinistry.com, the link Odyssey is a file storing website, very similar to YouTube, except there you can download all of the content for free. In my case, I don't charge anything. So just go to the three little dots and download to your heart's content. I use Rumble, which is not great in comparison to YouTube's playback capability. So I really do recommend that you just go to Odyssey and download the whole thing and listen to it at your leisure. Chew through it through the week. I know it's long form, as they call it, being 2-hour plus sermons. So just chew through it through the week by downloading it to your device. It's way easier and you don't have to have the hiccups that Rumble often has. Rumble, I'm not a huge fan of their playback capability. It's just that Rumble never tried to censor me like YouTube did, and they never tried to close down my account like YouTube does all the time. So anyways, back to Deuteronomy 4 here, where he's talking about the 10 words. It's way different than how exoteric followers of Catholicism and modern Christianity view the Ten Commandments. So I already told you how exoteric Jews, not a race, but followers of a exoteric religion, will see the first word, right? Now, if you have Augustinian, Lutheran, Catholic, Protestant, whatever, looking at the first word, they see the opening statement as introductory, and then it splits the coveting command into two separate words, big finger quotes. Or if you have the Orthodox Church, by the way, the New Testament never says church, it says ecclesia, which is a meeting place. Go see past sermons on what church means. But Orthodox exoteric believers, they see the no other gods and no idols as two separate words, and combines coveting into one word, so on and so forth. It doesn't really matter what all these people think. It's all wrong. And you got 2 of the 10 commandments that actually align with God's law. Don't steal, don't murder, as we've already covered in my book and past sermons. So all the minutiae aside, doesn't really matter. Your spiritual responsibility remains the same. It's just for those Christian warriors, moonlighting as Christian scholars who want to do further deep dives. If they find it to be important, go for it. So the 10 words are way different interpretation than the 10 commandments, yet we get the mistranslation of commandments instead of words here in the New Living Translation. Because we get that mistranslation in the King James Version. Like I said, it influenced all the other translations. So let's move on, Deuteronomy 4:15. But be very careful. You did not see the Lord's, Yahweh's, form on the day he spoke to you from the heart of the fire at Mount Sinai. Again, it's Mount Horeb there, not Mount Sinai. Mistranslated to Sinai. They're not the same mountain, ladies and gentlemen. Deuteronomy 4:16 continues, so do not corrupt yourselves by making an idol in any form. Which is funny because where the exoteric followers of Judaism are fully against any idols, that was separating themselves from the more satanic Canaanite religions that had all sorts of little doodads that you'd carry on your person. And that is not what they mean by other gods. I know I've seen so many anthropologists say, no, they just mean these clay figures. I'm telling you that I do consider there may have been physical interaction between whatever the Elohim were and the people that were just the common folk. Some people had possession of the old tech. They may have been off-worlder, who knows, who cares. And I don't think in every case they're talking about little clay figurines and stuff like that. But the followers of Judaism, they took the aversion to idolatry to a whole new level by not even speaking Yahweh's name. Even if you go to
chabad.org, you'll see that God is G-D, because they don't want to make God mad. They think Yahweh is God. So it says, do not corrupt yourselves by making an idol in any form, whether of a man or a woman. And this doesn't even match up to ancient exoteric followers of Judaism. They had figurines of Yahweh as the bronze serpent and other stuff. They had Asheron. So it doesn't really match up. They didn't really follow it. They still followed some of the old Canaanite cultures. And where are modern Christians and Catholics in this aversion of idolatry? Well, they went the opposite direction because they're carrying crosses, a very macabre torture device hung around their necks. But like I was saying, it's not really a torture device because the stauros is a capital T-shaped object. But their intent is that they're wearing what Jesus was murdered by Roman cops on this torture device, so they wear it around their necks, as if Jesus the Nazarene, our honored teacher, would A, want people worshiping him instead of God the Father. He tells you otherwise in Matthew, if you just pay attention. And don't bring up John 14:6 to me. You don't understand a thing about that parable that he's relating to you. But let's say the allegories, we can take them literally and that fantastical, stupid nonsense will come true, right? Do you really think that Jesus would want to come back and see the moment of his murder all over every single palace of Circe, the church, all around people's necks, all over the place? Do you really think you'd want to see that? Hey, there's a thing I was murdered on by a bunch of Roman cops. I'm glad that they're keeping that memory alive. Don't you feel bad? How dare you? None of that has anything to do with ancient Christianity, Christian warriors. Whether you feel bad about someone getting murdered or not does not have anything to do with your spiritual adulthood. You need to grow up. So it goes on and on about what you're not allowed to make idols of. Not a man or a woman, an animal on the ground, a bird in the sky, a small animal that scurries along the ground. I don't know how that's different than animal on the ground. Or a fish in the deepest sea. He's likely talking about lizards versus scarabs. And when you look up into the sky and see the sun, moon, and stars, all the forces of heaven, or the sky, don't be seduced into worshiping them. That's odd because all of modern Christianity, as people are taught, all of those allegories, they are based in astrotheology. And so is moving from rituals and religions from the age of Taurus into the rituals and religions of the age of Aries, Abrahamic religions, Abraham, then on into moving from Aries religions and rituals into Pisces religions and rituals, see modern Christianity. The Jesus fish is the Vesica Pisces. But this is saying that all those little idols and all those bits and pieces of nature, they're not separate gods, which I agree with. And this is trying to teach some ancient Christianity in here. This is where we see a little bit of ancient Christianity slipping through, because Moses is saying, don't corrupt yourselves by making an idol in any form, whether it be a man or a woman, animal on the ground, bird in the sky, small animal that scurries, fish in the deepest sea. Don't look at the sun and the moon and the stars and think that those are gods. And then it wraps up saying, the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, gave them to all the peoples of the earth. And there is a tiny, tiny little bit, a little almost fraction of ancient Christianity slipping through, saying that all the things that people are making into gods in the ancient day, in tribal society, between the two cataclysms during very rough and stupid times, those aren't gods. There is one creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. And that would be ancient Christianity being almost taught here in Deuteronomy 4:16 through 19. But it's not quite there because it's reveiled or revealed in this very muddy misunderstanding talking about idols. Again, like I said, the Israelites picked up ancient Christianity, didn't understand a lick of it, tried to sloppily inter it into their national identity. That's why we have Melchizedek getting worshipped by Abraham, showing you that something came before Abrahamic religions. That's why you have in the New Testament Jesus being identified as one of the priests after the order of Melchizedek, showing you that something came before Abraham Abrahamic religions like Judaism and Islam. But anyways, all of that is lost very quickly when you get to Deuteronomy 4:20, when it says, "Remember that the Lord, Yahweh, rescued you from the iron-smelting furnace of Egypt." It doesn't say Egypt there, it says Mitzrayim, descendants of Ham. Those are Caucasians. "In order to make you his very own people and his special possession," which is what you are today. "But the Lord, Yahweh, was angry with me because of you. He vowed that I would not cross the Jordan River into the good land that the Lord, Yahweh, your God," one of the Elohim, "is giving you as your special possession." And that's how we know that Moses did not write the Pentateuch, Christian warriors, because someone's writing after they already crossed the Jordan, and Moses is not allowed there. Because we already know that the Pentateuch was written by the priest class of exoteric Judaism. Around 500 BC, after their shameful exile in Babylon, it's not a big secret, only the most stubborn and ignorant person will still slap the Bible saying, "Moses wrote the beginning part of this." They don't know anything. They were just taught that. And they're saying, surely the people that I love and trust would not teach me poor information. Yeah, they can, all the time. It's time to grow up for you. You have to grow up. And then it says, "You will cross the Jordan to occupy the land, but I will not. Instead, I will die here on the east side of the river." And weirdly enough, you, Moses, this mythical figure that we don't have any bones for, you will somehow be the author of what's written on the other side of the Jordan in the future. So be careful not to break the covenant the Lord your God, or rather Yahweh, one of the Elohim, has made with you. Do not make idols of any shape or form. And really, Christian warrior, they're not using a word that means a statuette or anything like that. The word is pesel, which means an image. It's got to be carved, and that's it. So it could be a piece of paper with a little letter on it. That could be a graven image. So really, they're not talking about little statuettes here. They're talking about any type of writing. Any symbol, any sigil, anything that's magical. A lot of people in the modern day, they think that there's such thing as magical symbols and sigils and things. They're afraid of triangles. They're afraid of pentagrams and pentacles and stuff like this, and you gotta grow up. Anyways, it goes on and on, repeating himself. "For the Lord, Yahweh, your God," one of the Elohim, "has forbidden this. The Lord, Yahweh, your God," one of the Elohim, "is a devouring fire. He is a jealous God." And interestingly, it says El there for God. Not Elohim, not Yahweh. El. Go see past sermons. That's where we get our words elevator, elder, elite, the Elite. Also, there's no reason to be jealous if you're the only one out there. God the Father, the creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love, he ain't jealous of anything. He ain't mad. He ain't worried. He ain't wanting your worship and demanding it. He doesn't get flattered. It's so ridiculous, the things that people attribute to our Father. So stupid. You can't flatter God. You're not going to make him mad. Don't worry. What you are going to get is consequences for your stupid actions. Yeah, you're going to get consequences from his law that's set into motion, and it ain't because God is taking a special interest in punishing you. Grow up. So there's no reason for God to be jealous because God the Father loves you, and there's no other creator. There's just our Father. That's it. Why would he be jealous? But if you were a physical Eloah, one of the Elohim, you might be jealous of the other ones who had command of higher tech, who had a bunch of people they were trying to govern. For your consideration, Deuteronomy 4:25 continues, "In the future, when you have children and grandchildren and have lived in the land a long time, do not corrupt yourselves by making idols of any kind." Again, this is just writing. "This is evil in the sight of the Lord, Yahweh, your God," one of the Elohim, "and will arouse his anger." God the Father doesn't get mad at you. Grow up. You know, it'd be entirely important for a priest class to maintain their control and their command over the common folk if they disallowed them from writing stuff. That would be one way to control information. Kind of like that movie Stargate. Deuteronomy 4:26, "Today I call on heaven and earth," or just land and the sky, "as witnesses against you. If you break my covenant, you will quickly disappear from the land you are crossing the Jordan to occupy. You will live there only a short time, then you will be utterly destroyed." Now this, other people go, wow, it's like they were telling the future, because they don't know when the Bible was written and how it was written. This ain't telling the future. This is the priest class recounting them getting sacked in 720 BC. So they're recounting it, and people actually look at this saying, how did they know that this would happen? Because it was written after the fact. They were pretty ashamed to get sacked. So go completely and get scattered. By the way, if you're looking for the lost tribes of Israel, they're all the people that had the Lion of Judah in their standards across Europe. Duh. It's not like there's a bunch of lions running across Northern Europe. That's another one that white girl who thought she was an atheist Jew scoffed at, but I could see it creeping into her eyes. Oh no, he's right. There aren't any lions in Europe. Why would they have the Lion of Judah? Because there are your lost tribes of Israel. They're not lost. They're all over the place. Pretty easy. Pretty easy to figure out, especially in the modern day, tracing haplogroups. And then Deuteronomy 4:27 continues, as if they're telling the future, but really they're just recounting past events in truth, God's truth. For the Lord, Yahweh, will scatter you among the nations, where only a few of you will survive. Wrong. Lots of them survived. They're most white people. There, in a foreign land, you will worship idols made from wood and stone, gods that neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. So the scattered tribes became most of everybody. Hittites, Scythians, Etruscans, so on and so forth. They became the Tuatha Dé Danann on the Irish shores around 720 BC. The tribe of Dan went all over the place. Went to Denmark, Dansmark. Odin was part of these tribes. Went to Odin's Island. All of the Norse mythology says that Odin came up from the south. The Danube River is part of the tribe of Dan. The tribe of Issachar is all over Europe. But what's really odd about Deuteronomy 4:28 is that it doesn't say anything about idols. It says, there in foreign land you will worship Elohim that are made from the hands of Adam. So, the slave people, not regular humans. There's a word for human, and it's Ish. I-S-H. Ish. Isha, for woman. It's different than Adam. Adam is like a dirt person. So we have the use of Elohim and the use of Adam again in Deuteronomy 4:28. Continuing on, but from there you will search again for the Lord your God, Yahweh, one of the Elohim. And if you search for him with all your heart and soul, you will find him. So all this stuff written after the fact, after the return from exile. In the distant future. Wow, it's telling the future, right? When you are suffering all of these things, you will finally return to the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, and listen to what he tells you. For the Lord, Yahweh, your God, one of the Elohim, is a merciful God. Oh, I thought he was jealous. It's like you can't be both, but I guess you can here if you're just believing in fantasy compounded. He will not abandon you or destroy you or forget the solemn covenant he made with your ancestors. So all that's like they're telling the future, right? And there's people who actually believe that. But when you know how the Bible was written, how it was compiled, censored, edited around 500 BC, around 325 AD, around 381 AD, around 1611 AD, then you'll understand that none of this is telling the future. It's talking about the past, including Revelation, talking very obviously about the Roman Empire. And I cannot wait to get to the New Testament. Now search all of history from the time God created people on earth until now, and it actually says from the time that the Elohim created Adam on the land until now. Go see past sermons where we cover Genesis, and search from one end of the heavens, the sky, to the other. Has anything as great as this ever been seen or heard before? Has any nation ever heard the voice of God? And that's mistranslated on purpose from, has any nation ever heard the voice of a God? One of many. Talking about the Elohim, whatever they were. Doesn't mean that they're actual gods. It's just more of God's children out there, some with high tech, some with low tech. So anyway, has any nation ever heard the voice of Elohim speaking from fire as you did and survived? Has any other God, or rather any other Eloah, one of the Elohim, dared to take a nation for himself out of another nation by means of trials, miraculous signs, wonders, war, a strong hand, a powerful arm, and terrifying acts, all of which, by the way, Christian warriors, there is zero archaeological evidence for. They're all claims in Abrahamite mythology. We have evidence of Hyksos people, white people, Caucasians, getting kicked out by the local ethnicities of northern Egypt, including the Hyksos rulers being driven north. We have evidence of that, but we don't have evidence of Abrahamite mythology as related in Exodus. None. We have no bones. We have no battle grounds that have a bunch of weapons on it. We have nothing. No graves, no nothing. So it goes into your consideration file and it stays there until you have proper evidence for these claims. Just like you don't go through Greek mythology and say, wow, I can't believe Zeus is God the Father. You don't go through Eberite mythology just believing stuff. You need proof to determine God's truth. Hey, I just thought of another slogan. Anyways, let's continue. Yet that is what the Lord your God, Yahweh, one of the Elohim, did for you in Egypt, or rather Mitzrayim, descendants of Ham, right before your eyes. There is a lot of mistranslation in there, isn't there, Christian warriors? Because we've covered all of this before in past sermons, if you just go review. Every time that I do a correction, that's because that's what it really says in the Hebrew. It's not because I'm interpreting it in a certain way. It says that. That's not my interpretation. It's not my opinion. Just to clear it up for anyone who's confused, when I make a correction, it's because it's what it says in Hebrew. Deuteronomy 4:35, He showed you these things so you would know that the Lord Yahweh is God, one of the Elohim again, and there is no other. He let you hear His voice from heaven so He can instruct you. But it doesn't say there is no other. It says nothing besides. Meaning that this Eloah, the one who claims to be Yahweh, out of all the other Elohim, is the one that you follow and not the other ones. That's what it says there. Just like before when it says, have you ever heard the voice of a God? It's because there are others. No, not in real life. There's not more than one God the Father. There's only one creator that set all things into motion, the eternal force of love. We're just looking at Eberite mythology here. Time to grow up and understand allegory, myth, legend, and how not to take it literally. By the way, does any of this impact your spiritual responsibility so far? You know it doesn't. You still have to master your thoughts, emotions, and actions, behave with care, nonviolence, self-defense. You still gotta do those things no matter what. That's being the Christian. Continuing on to Deuteronomy 4:36, He let you hear His voice from heaven so He could instruct you. He let you see His great fire here on earth so He could speak to you from it. Go see past sermons on that. Because He loved your ancestors, He chose to bless their descendants. And He personally brought you out of Egypt. Nope, says Mitzrayim there, descendants of Ham, with a great display of power, which is nowhere else in any recorded history, by the way, Christian warriors. And the northern Egyptians, they kept very extensive records. You'd think that there'd be some mirroring of the Eberite mythology in Exodus. There is not. Nowhere in any other writing. This is the only one that claims this stuff. He drove out nations far greater than you so He could bring you in and give you their land as your special possession as it is today. So remember this and keep it firmly in mind. The Lord Yahweh is God, one of the Elohim, both in heaven and on earth, or rather in sky and land, and there is no other. If you obey all the decrees and commands I am giving you today, all will be well with you and your children. I am giving you these instructions so you will enjoy a long life in the land the Lord Yahweh your God, one of the Elohim, is giving you for all time. Then Deuteronomy 4:41 comes out of nowhere, explaining what we were going through the other day. Then Moses set apart 3 cities of refuge east of the Jordan River. Anyone who killed another person unintentionally, without previous hostility, could flee there to live in safety. These were the cities: Bezer on the wilderness plateau for the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead for the tribe of Gad, Golan in Bashan for the tribe of Manasseh. Kind of thrown in there. Go see past sermons on all of that. Then it goes back to this narrative, Deuteronomy 4:44. This is the body of instruction that Moses presented to the Israelites. These are the laws, decrees, and regulations that Moses gave to the people of Israel when they left Egypt. So I guess Moses is writing in the third person here. But we don't take allegory literally, and Moses did not write the Pentateuch. Also, it doesn't say Egypt there, it says Mitzrayim, again, descendants of Ham. Deuteronomy 4:46. And as they camped in the valley near Beth Peor, east of the Jordan River, this land was formerly occupied by the Amorites under King Sihon, who ruled from Heshbon. We do have records of Heshbon as a city, but as for the majority of any battles there, we don't have that. We also have evidence that the tribe of Gad did occupy this land east of the Jordan, but the time frame is different. Go see past sermons. But Moses and the Israelites destroyed him and his people when they came up from Egypt, or rather Mitzrayim, descendants of Ham. They're talking about King Sihon. Please go see past sermons. Israel took possession of of his land and that of King Og of Bashan. That was the picture I put on the last sermon for last week. Big giant Og of Bashan. The 2 Amorite kings east of the Jordan. So Israel conquered the entire area from Aroer at the edge of the Arnon Gorge all the way to Mount Sirion. The Hebrew actually reads Mount Sion, also called Mount Hermon, and they conquered the eastern bank of the Jordan River as far south as the Dead Sea, below the slopes of Pisgah. The Dead Sea used to be called the Sea of Arabah. So, that concludes Deuteronomy 4. Now, did any of that have anything to do with anything spiritual? Well, maybe one little thing almost trying to peek through there that was ancient Christian teachings that they got from Babylon, saying that God the Father is beyond all nature worship or star worship or anything like that. But then they quickly lose sight of that and go right back to the Eberite mythology. So it almost peeked through there for a second. Like I said before, through the Old Testament, ancient Christian teachings and spiritual teachings in general will be few and far between. Can't wait to get to Proverbs. That's where it really picks up. Spiritual teachings. Good advice. But up until then, you're going to have to rely on the basics of ancient Christianity and the odds and the ends and the exercises for all of your spiritual teachings for the week, because you ain't going to get a whole lot of spiritual teaching in the Old Testament. Well, that wraps up this sermon, Christian warriors. To the regular congregation, thank you for being here. You know I love and appreciate you. And to the newcomers that made it this far, it looks like you could barely bring yourself under control so you don't get triggered. Let's see if you can do research that doesn't equate to, well, I'm going to punch this into a search engine and get all of the poor results, the poor teachings for the last few hundred years that are in overwhelming abundance that the large language models can pick up, and say, oh my god, I can't believe it. It's exactly what I've been taught this whole time and not what this guy says. Time to email Pastor Clifton and tell him he's wrong. Let's see if you can manage to do some real research, just like you managed to quell that emotional conditioning and that ego. Maybe you could be part of the new congregation and understand what adult spirituality, adult Christianity is. In that case, welcome to any newcomers that made it this far. You know I love and appreciate you as well. On a spirit level, all of you, I love you all on a spirit level. But I ain't going to take any abuse from your physical bodies, and you shouldn't do so either, Christian warriors. Differentiating between spirit level and physical expressions is very important, especially in ancient Christianity. You have to understand that we are all God's children. We are all born with the exact same God-given rights. We are all born with God's Holy Spirit, our guardian angels, the real us inside these physical bodies. However, most people are listening to their stupid egos instead of our guardian angels and by extension God the Father, both one and the same thing. No, not the ego and the guardian angel. The ego is separate from the guardian angel. The guardian angel is the same thing as God the Father. There is zero separation between God the Father, guardian angel, physical expression. Maybe one day you'll understand it. All those things are one. There is no separation between you and your Father. That's why your Father loves you. No, I'm not saying that we're all gods like all the New Agey religions. No, you have to understand what I'm saying. Listen instead of trying to pull what I'm saying through that filter of trash in your head. We're all God's children. So, on a spirit level, we must all love each other. However, at the same time that you're doing that, you must hold people accountable. If someone is violating God-given rights of an innocent party, you gotta stop them if they can't do it themselves. You gotta teach your kids how to do that for themselves. You have to understand the difference between influence and action. Anything that is not an action is influence. That would be lies, broken promises, whatever it is, paychecks. That's all influence. You can say no. You can ask why. You can demand proof. You can let God's truth be known and let the chips fall where they may. Expose the liar and the promise breaker. Let them know that there's community consequences. God's law provides the rest of the consequences. Hold people accountable for their words and their actions. Fight influence with influence. Fight action with action. Say no, ask why, demand proof, expose lies. That's fighting influence with influence. The more that you do that, the more that the people who wish to control you will lash out. They will attack you violently. That's when you can use your self-defensive force, which in itself is not violence. It is a reaction to violent action. All the while, forgive them on a spirit level while you're holding them accountable. Even if you gotta fight them back physically, you can still forgive them on a spirit level, and you should. They're simply not listening to their guardian angel, by extension God the Father. They are acting out in an expression that is so far gone that who knows if they can ever listen again. But don't you go punching people over words, Christian warriors, because that would be breaking God's law. That's assault. Just because someone says something to you, makes fun of your baby, makes fun of your mom, your family, and you go hit them, you should be an adult. That's what you should be doing. So don't be hitting people, or else that's you breaking God's law. I know what everyone's been taught. Leave your programming at the door. I've heard all the dumb slogans like those are fighting words, so on and so forth. Leave it at the door. The more you hold people accountable in a moral and careful way, the more that world changes out there. And it ain't my opinion, it's how God's law operates. Ladies and gentlemen, I ain't gonna lead you in prayer because I am not a spiritual leader. I am only a teacher. I am not a prophet. There's nothing special about me. I'm just Pastor Clifton, that's it. But I am going to pray to myself. And if you would like to follow along and learn the prayer that I say every day, then that's up to you. I find value in starting the day off with this prayer, and maybe you will too. For your consideration files, Christian warriors. I forgive all entities on a spirit level only, forever causing me harm. I understand that they are fractions of the Holy Spirit themselves, even though they have chosen to act in satanic will. I hereby warn all entities that self-defense is my God-given right. I will destroy, by the grace of God, any entity that would dare to violate my rights. I forgive and release myself completely now. The past is gone. I will spend the present and the future behaving in accordance with God's truth, God's law, and God's will. I am an immortal spirit being of the highest order. I am myself, my guardian angel, and God together. There is nothing separating me from God. His Holy Spirit is inside me forever. There is no place in reality where God, the Creator that set all things into motion, is not present. My guardian angel is a fraction of God, the Holy Spirit. This body is just a temporary, organic machine for my guardian angel. I am inside this vehicle for God to express and experience inside His creation. My guardian angel remembers everything that I learned through all incarnations, even though this current vehicle sometimes does not. God's reality is thought responsive. I can focus my thoughts unerringly for as long as I wish. All of my intention and visualization is as powerful and pure as it could possibly be now. I can go out of body at will now. I can open constant and conscious communication with my guardian angel now. I can manifest anything now. If there is any of myself left out in reality, I detach myself from people, objects, places, entities, events, everything, and I pull all of myself back into me now. I am whole now. Attention all entities, you know exactly what I am. I am an immortal spirit being of the highest order, and I have God-given authority over all non-physical entities. My voice rings loudest in all entities' minds now. My area that I claim is 20 yards in all directions of my body and within my body. This is a sphere of my influence that stays centered on me and that I maintain with the force of love at all times. I claim my area now. If there are any entities employing any devices or abilities intended to affect myself or others in my area that I have claimed, I command that all effects from all entities are stopped and destroyed in my area now and forever. If there are any entities that are in my area that I have claimed, you do not have my permission to be here. I command that all entities leave my area now and forever. I forcibly push all entities out of my area now and forever. You know what I am. I vow to ensure that all thought springs from agape love now. All thoughts are loving thoughts. I vow to arrest and abolish within myself fear replaced with courage, hate replaced with tolerance, impatience replaced with patience, lust replaced with love, sloth replaced with motivation, wrongful aggression replaced with the moral and careful use of aggression, and wrongful ego identification. I understand what my ego is, and I use the tool. I do not let it use me. I am free of these twisted expressions now. I vow to dismantle the illusory significance of, and to release completely, all of the materials, the dramas, and the addictions that attempt to anchor me to the physical realm and base ego identification. I am free now. I know the principles of God's creation. Reality is what we think it is. There are no limits. Energy flows where attention goes. Now is the moment of power. To love is to seek knowledge, to understand knowledge, and to bring knowledge into right and moral action. All power comes from within. Effectiveness is the measure of truth. I know the law, mind, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, gender, and I know how to behave with care, with nonviolence, with self-defense. Thank you, God, for introducing me to us. Thank you for introducing me to your law. Thank you for manifesting those things that we create together. I understand that we are one. I just really appreciate what you do on your side of reality. I thank you not as a groveling slave, but as an appreciative warrior, thinking, feeling, and acting in accordance with your truth, your law, and your will. And of course, Christian warriors, here's the part where you thank our Father for all the things that you do like about your expression, experiencing all of the beauty and love out there in God's beautiful reality, showing gratitude not for his benefit. He's not stroking any ego. He doesn't have one. You're not going to flatter God the Father with praise and worship. You're showing gratitude because it is for your benefit. Gratitude takes the place of complaint. So thank our Father for all of those things in your life. This is how we walk as Christian warriors. We understand that immorality and carelessness must be addressed, but we also appreciate and experience all of God's beauty and love out there in his creation. We do both things. That is, being a Christian warrior after the ancient teachings. All right, Christian warriors, it was kind of a long sermon, but not too long. We have a beautiful Sunday to experience out there, and for those who are doing it the smart way and just downloading the sermon and chewing through it through the week, you're going to have to make whatever day you're listening to this on great. If it's not Sunday, make every day great. Make the week ahead great. Make America great because we live here. Those people listening from other countries, make your respective countries great. Pray to God the Father for guidance, not teachers, saints, and moms. A big step in making where you're at great again is understanding your spiritual responsibility to master your thoughts, emotions, and actions, to behave with care, nonviolence, and self-defense, to understand the difference between influence and action. Christian warriors, all of this stuff I go through every single week. Those are the important parts of life. Everything else is secondary. What did you think the secret of life was? There ain't no secret. It's really just to live it for your Father carefully and morally within the parameters of our Father's law, or else you suffer fear, confusion, slavery, and it's bad and it gets worse if you don't do anything about it. So, Christian warriors, if there's any challenges out there, you meet them. Strong, powerful, resolute. Pull power through that connection you have with your Father. Don't go run away from problems. You face them. Ask your Father for guidance before you act. Be the spiritual adult, the emotional adult. Keep your cool. Be the intellectual adult. Understand the difference between fantasy, lies, and God's truth before you act. I guarantee you, the world out there gets better, your life gets better. You just have to show the discipline. It ain't hard. I know you can do it. You can achieve these goals. You are worth it. God the Father loves you. He is not mad at you. I will be back after 6 days with another sermon. You know I love and appreciate all of you Christian warriors. I will see you then.